Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, Wooly. How are you today?
Not too bad. Gonna sound a little bit different because I'm using a different microphone.
Oh my God, you're using a different microphone.
So, heads up if that's what your ears are going. Hold on a minute. What's going on here? Yeah, or I'm using something else. So, um, I'm still in the middle of configuring and tweaking and doing settings and stuff. But that's what's up. Yeah, this is a very, very busy week. Lots of stuff.
Oh, there's a lot of things. There's at least one thing I've been telling the wife all week. I can't wait for the podcast. I can't wait to make fun of this stupid thing that happened this week, to the point where I went and watched your stream to make sure that you were on the same page, that this thing is fucking stupid. And I was correct. So we'll get to that when we talk about the Sony event.
Okay. There's a lot in that Sony event. So first things first, just for everyone that's on alert mode, we do know about the Zaum documentary that dropped this morning. I'm going to assume you haven't had the 2.5 hours to watch it.
It literally wasn't 2.5 hours between the time that I saw it and we started, and also I had to eat food, right? I did have friend of the show, Dad Asana, give a breakdown to myself for Cliff's Notes because they saw it.
Okay.
And I can break that down way further.
So I would like to watch it myself to certainly see what's in there. From the thread that Chris Bratt broke down on Twitter, it seems as if basically they went to Estonia. They sat in on a court case for Zaum, with the Zaum dealings going on. They interviewed the CEO. They interviewed the people that left. They interviewed the people that got fired. They talked to just about all sides of the situation and asked some questions and got some answers that were basically revealing things that I guess were unknown up until now. Yeah. And I don't know what the conclusion is from all of this information, but I do know that it appears to be... I can
dumb down the whole thing into like 2 sentences.
Oh, okay. It appears to be the most like the most in-depth investigation into the entire story.
Yeah. So it's obviously worth watching the entire thing. This is called Investigation: Who's Telling the Truth About Disco Elysium from People Make Games. So I highly recommend everyone, including me, to go through it. But I think there are 2 salient points that you can break down from this. One, the investors do in fact appear to be businessman criminals. They do appear to be just as fucking shady as they appear.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
That stuff is the devil we knew. The parts that we didn't know but was kind of hinted at is Kurvitz, the novelist / head writer, is apparently a massive prick.
Okay.
Just like the criminal businessmen said.
Okay.
In particular, didn't understand what previs is, and would give unhelpful feedback in the form of wandering into a part of the office, screaming, "It's shit, it's all shit, it's fucking shit," and then leaving.
Sounds Miyamoto-esque. That's the markings. It
sounds like Art Cop writ large in a human.
I see.
So yeah, basically it doesn't look like anyone at that studio is a good manager, is what it looks like. And this allows criminal businessmen to do their criminal businessman shit.
So I'm sure what I would expect to hear going into this I guess impartial documentary would be, you know, each party giving their like grievances followed by their best arguments why they should legally be, you know, responsible for Disco Elysium and at least for its success. I am curious to hear, I guess, from the team members and the people that currently and formerly used to work there, since I feel as if like people that have no real stake in it anymore would probably have, you know what I mean, like the most honest things to say about the situation. If they were like, yeah, I was part of the team, I helped make the game, and now I'm fucking gone. Here's what's up. That feels like the side of things I want to hear from the most.
Yeah, there's a lot of complaints about poor management or fucked up deadlines or conflicting goals or issues with healthcare, and just it looks like the place was just being managed just really badly, top
Okay.
to bottom. And I say
Okay.
managed specifically.
Okay.
Um
Now we're both gonna need to. I want to reiterate in the middle of this. We're both gonna need to go watch it.
Oh yeah,
right?
absolutely.
This is a Cliff Notes vibe check, as summarized, but
it feels
this is without
like
watching it.
The company that made Disco Elysium is the kind of company that you would run into in Disco Elysium.
Okay.
Is like Fortress Occident is the fucking fake game company in that
Fortress
is the
Accident.
old real game company, but is also the new real game company.
So the saddest possible, I guess, takeaway, well, not the saddest, but one of the bad timeline takeaways from this would be that like Disco was such a brilliant thing that could never ever possibly happen again, even if there were no fallings outs.
Yeah.
Even if there was no bad blood, because the nature of the creative process was too destructive to begin with. If that is in fact what we find out from this, that's going to hurt.
Yeah, Disco Elysium is the work of a talented genius that is inherently wildly self-destructive, which is probably the best fucking thing you can possibly say about Disco Elysium.
But that solves. But like, okay, we've been like the take for months has been, damn, this crazy fucking nuke going on over there is the most disco shit ever, right? But at a certain point, you have to kind of stand back and be like, yeah, but that sucks. It's like, it's appropriate because the entire theme is about self-destruction. Everything about it is the most self-sabotaging in the source material ever. But like, yeah.
Like, it feels like him. You're watching Evangelion, and you know what you get the feeling of? I bet this guy doesn't have a really good relationship with his dad, and he feels very divorced. Oh, wow, look at that. He doesn't have a good relationship with his dad, and he's extremely divorced.
It's like, I guess I'm just trying to envision the scenario where like, you know, Gigi Allen walks out on stage and starts flinging his shit, and everyone's like, yeah, you know, and we're like, this whole thing is on fire. And it's horrible, and it's like, and it apparently has an effect on Estonian culture, and all this shit is coming out, you know, throughout the case, and like we're just like, damn, that shit is getting more disco by the day. That's fucking awesome. You know, like there's no amount of self-destruction here because that's the theme that is like too far for what the subject entails. You know. Anyways,
well.
I think
regardless, fucking it's disco.
It's disco as hell. Yes, I know. I don't want us to be like, it's like, damn, now the Estonian mafia has started disappearing some bodies, and someone,
that is very disco,
right?
It?
And then like, oh no, a former employee was found on a dock, their body bloated up over the course of 2 weeks, and everyone's like, man, that's disco as fuck. Like,
you know what the worst part is?
Like, can we
someone
was found strung up on a tree. Damn, that was so disco.
I'm a huge proponent of the idea that art as suffering is a horseshit, like fucking like masturbatory exercise to give your bullshit more weight because I'm using the method. I starved myself. That makes my acting so good. Blah, blah, blah. Right. But like, let's be real. Like the best artists are like horribly suffering, but like it's real.
Oh yeah. Well,
You need to
because
suffer for real.
well, so the
Like depressed, schizophrenic alcoholics are the greatest writers ever.
like in other words, and the obvious is like, yeah, you can't just fake it and then go, I lived the experience, I know what it's like, here I am, because I did it for a month or whatever. If you have that inside of you, you're going to summon into that because you've had a lifetime of experience, and that's going to show the best. That's going to show through the most. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. That's shown itself time and time again. I mean, we've talked about The Wire and how fucking amazing it was, and like the part where they're like, yeah, like some of the people that were on that show just like got their paycheck and went right back out onto that corner after the show was finished filming to stand on that corner anyways. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, okay, we're filming. All right, wrap it up. The trucks go, and I'm back on the corner. This is what I do. This is what I was doing beforehand. This is what I do after. You know, that shit carries through, man. All right. Well,
we need
anyways,
to start suffering for our art, Wooly. I don't want
to. I suffer every day.
No. So what's up with you? How's your suffering going?
Well, I suffer every week with your ass. Fuck.
Eat shit.
Bazinga. Yeah. Well, no. So.
I fucking can't. Don't you put that fucking curse on me.
I'm throwing out the bazinga. There it is.
Don't do it.
It's out there.
Oh, god damn it.
Take that damage. This week, a couple things, I guess, because since we have a lot to get into, so I'll go through it fast. But yeah, the summer is rolling around, and the festivals are starting to pick up over here in Montreal. So I always talk about it, but there's a ton of things that just start to overlap right around the beginning of June, and the first of many is the BD festival, as in bande dessinée. So that's the kind of like comics like Asterix and Obelix, Tintin, you know, things like that. There was a comic festival that takes place here, and brought out some, you know, some friends I knew, some artists that I've been working in the trenches for a while, and yeah, a couple other different publishing houses and stuff kind of just set up. It was pretty cool because it was essentially a con out on the street, and you had like a nice little like promenade to walk up and down and have a nice little, you know, nice summery day, and then you check out some comics and stuff. People who are out and about. It was very cool. So went to that and had a good time, but in particular, I was overjoyed to discover an artist had invented the new Mascot. There is a new Mascot that I think is being unveiled for Montreal, and let me see if I can't drop this photo here to show you, because I bought a bag from it. It is essentially a parking cone that has a hazard cone with a cute face on it that shows up everywhere around the city.
Oh, and my fucking God. They have so funny.
They have the construction pylon with a cute little face, and it has a little name, and it's like, oh, it's little whatever its name is, Piley or whatever, is like showing up. There he is. Oh, he's over there.
Oh my God.
Right around the corner, right? And it's just literally, yeah, kind of like the VLC logo, but it's like it's more of
the cone. It's the cylinder one.
It's the cylindrical one, and it's got the cutest little face, and there's merch, and there's t-shirts, and you got a little Montreal logo, and it's like, that's how we represent it now, man. The goddamn the construction cone is your friend.
I traveled through like 70% of the country lengthwise. Granted, not that many major cities, you know, straight through. You know how many construction cones I saw for in like thousands of kilometers? Like, I don't know, like 30 total. Less than I would every day living in Montreal.
Well, you're not someone, you're not like, listen, that may be the case, and that is simply because Tony Soprano has not yet made his way out west. You know, Monsieur Soprano has not yet started getting the no-show jobs going all the way out there. I heard Toronto's got its fair share of it.
You mentioned Tony Soprano, but like, is Mom Bouchard still alive, or did he fucking die finally?
I have no idea. But all I know is that the corruption investigation.
He died.
Okay.
So whoever killed Mom Bouchard is putting the cones in front of your house.
Yeah. There was an investigation into whether there was corruption in the construction industry in Montreal, and it's like, you ever see that?
Serious?
You ever see that book called Identifying Wood? And it's just it's just a dude wood. That's got it's wood. Like, they're like, yep, we've identified it. There's a whole lot of it, and there it is. You know, but Construction-kun has been unveiled.
I remember talking to people in Sejep and like, I was at my brother's club and I was there when the guy came around for the cash, and I asked him, what's the cash for? And he told me to shut the fuck up and just give the guy the cash. And that's how it just was every Saturday. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. So, let's see here. Oh, is it Ponto? Hold on, let me get it. Ponto. Yes, it is. Okay. Ponto_MTL. There we go. Ponto. Yes. The cute little construction cone.
So is that the festival's mascot, or is that Montreal's new fucking mascot?
I mean, so no, the festival is just a festival. An artist at the festival was selling Ponto merch and basically invented Ponto, the mascot, and it is awesome. I'm like, the only thing I'm looking at here, or I'm just like, the artist needs to sell the little sticker with the eyes on it that we can just put on every cone that we see. Yeah, you can make
Ponto everywhere.
Every cone needs to look like Ponto.
It would spruce the city up. I think it'd be nice if all the cones were like friendly little guys.
I'm a cute little traffic cone. That's me, Ponto. Check out my webcomic.
And then when you're going on the fucking expressway fucking east of NDG, and that fucking piece of concrete breaks through that piece of shit net they installed and busts through your windshield, you could put a little smiley face on the concrete in your car.
Amazing. There's a whole webcomic here to check out. I didn't even know. I didn't realize. I saw it and I was like, immediately, this bit is the strongest it's ever been. But there's a whole thing going on here. So yeah, that was awesome. Very, very happy with that.
I love Ponto.
With the course of events here, Ponto lore is dropping. Yeah,
I fucking love Ponto. I will now think of Ponto when I think of home.
we're gonna big up Ponto-kun on this week's episode of the
and Castle his fucking cousin Turcotte.
So that was the takeaway. There are other things. Not much so far, except I started Nathan For You.
Oh.
And starting back in time, starting at the beginning. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, every show has to set itself off with a premise, right? You have a pilot. You got to get that idea out there, establish what the fuck this is going to be. Sometimes it confuses everybody, like Black Mirror. You know, sometimes you go for the tone way more than for what your actual setup will be like when it happens. Yeah. And then you get here where opening bit of Nathan For You. I don't know if you remember what season 1, episode 1 was.
I don't remember which is which now.
It was, hey, we need to get people coming over to our frozen yogurt shop. Why don't we introduce the poop flavor?
Oh, yeah.
Straight up. That's the first one.
It's something wild about sitting there and putting forth the dumbest fucking thing you could think of with the straightest face and like making a real case argument for it.
And like, you're like, okay, that's gross and disgusting. And, you know, I'm sure this, you know, shop owner will properly, just cringe and be like, I guess if it's on camera, whatever. But then they cut to the like within seconds, they're like, here's the people we've gotten to taste test actually, who have nothing to do with the bit at all, you know, and
they're just unsuspecting victims.
And yeah, having watched, I guess, like maybe 3-4 episodes so far, Nathan, for you, like the two takeaways that are probably the worst is, one, the business involved always is probably going, whatever the fuck this is, at least we're going to be on TV, so it's probably worth it.
Gonna be on TV.
No matter what, no matter how awful this gets, this is advertising in one way, shape, or form. You know, that zoo with the sheep with the viral video.
For me, the one that got me is like you have to go in through the tiny door in a tux and then get past an alligator to get a free TV.
Okay, I didn't even see that one yet.
Oh man, that's the one for me.
But
it's as stupid as it sounds.
There's that. There's the idea of just, okay, we'll take however bad this goes, because at the end of it, the airing of how bad it went will still be on TV. And then two, sometimes it appears as if it's not going that poorly. Sometimes things are going actually fine.
They're okay-ish.
And it feels as if Nathan makes an audible. He makes an executive decision to go, this is going too smoothly. We need to fuck shit up.
Worse.
And we need to introduce variables to like annihilate how smoothly this is going. And just we'll call in at the last second the if it's not cringy enough, double down, triple down on the cringe.
It's very much the if Eric Andre is heads, then Nathan Fielder is tails.
Sure.
Like, you know, Eric will get in your face and throw a dead fish at you and then get in a circle of his friends and scream the word nightmare at you for 10 minutes. And that's terrifying. But Nathan will just very calmly ruin your fucking restaurant with increasingly calm, placid, timid ideas in the most like disarming, harmless way possible.
Now, and the thing is, I'm not sure what year this started. Obviously, it was a while ago. But I think what's important too is like he kind of establishes, because the way he's delivering these really stupid ideas in a really deadpan way, you're like, you're like, okay, I kind of know what this is. He's the oblivious idiot, and when you point out the obvious, he'll just deadpan it and not respond. He'll sandbag everything, and you'll be like, oh, is he gonna Steve Carell the kind of his way through this?
Yeah.
Or so, and like at first he does, but then he absolutely doesn't, and then stops and just starts fighting back. And like he's like we consulted a marketing guy, and the marketing guy's like, yeah, this is a fucking stupid idea, you're an idiot. And he's like, well, fuck you, how about that? And yeah,
but it's like really combative fighting back.
Yeah,
it's like
absolutely.
The fighting back of a child.
But he's absolutely willing to just like go all in on defending the bullshit. And then of course at the end, when it becomes a mess, he's like, I've acknowledged it's a mess, time for me to leave, you know. So I like what I see so far. That's some good free range cringe, you know. Grass fed. So we'll see where this goes. And I'm also tempted to just also simultaneously possibly start the rehearsal just to see where that goes and what's going on.
It's fascinating. We've had like, you know, the prank show has like a wide history, right? Mm-hmm. And you get all the way from like Just for Laughs, the Canadian one, where it's like silly little jokes,
gags.
Like, the policeman has no pants.
Yeah.
Right. But like you go out east, like what's your prank? Okay, you fell into through a trap door in an elevator you thought was real into a pit of snakes. All right, that's heavy, right? That's primal. We're just going straight to the adrenal gland on that. Now we're all the way out at Nathan For You, where the prank show is, I'm gonna sit in an office and tell you like how to ruin your business and somehow convince you to go along with it, and then you're gonna do it, and you're just gonna stand there and be embarrassed.
Well, look, you're familiar with scare tactics.
Yes,
we've talked about scare tactics. it's gone as far as it can go, you know, without like crossing that lawsuit territory, which
we locked a man
absolutely
we locked a man in a building and made him live off of coupon codes. Like there's only so far you can go on that.
We attacked you alone in a parking garage on your way to your car, while you had no idea what was going on, and just a bunch of clowns came out.
Yeah, you remember the chainsaw clown? Do you remember him?
A bunch of clowns came out to murder you late at night in a parking garage.
Do you remember? Are you familiar with Chainsaw Clown? He was a guy who would dress up like a clown and chase after people with a fake chainsaw.
Yeah, I think that I recall seeing episodes of that. Or
if I remember correctly, he stopped because people pulled out a gun and shot at him.
Okay, well there you go. Yeah, so scare tactics, just a prank, bro. You know, so obviously, you just a prank, bro. You know, the Twitter or YouTube era of that also took it to another level entirely. You know, prank in the hood, are you? Yeah, really?
Yeah. Oh, it's funny.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Where'd that series go? Seems like there was one episode.
Nowhere. It's where it fucking went.
But yeah, so you have to swerve to a different direction and swerving towards the business that's looking for attention, that needs help, bar rescue style. That's a place to go, you know. And at the end of the day, again, like there is that like, well, I'm sure that ice cream shop is doing better than it was before Comedy Central aired that.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. You know, you mentioned like, I feel like Jackass, like the Jackass boys, are like the perfect encapsulation of like that trend, because like I remember vividly watching Jackass 3, and they put Johnny in the ring with the bull, and I'm pretty sure it's the first time he's ever done a really dangerous prank sober, and he really doesn't like it, and he's really just like scared, and I don't want to do this. And then the bull hits him, and he's not laughing. He's just like, "Oh, the bull hit me. Yeah, I don't like it."
I haven't seen 3, but I have seen 1 and 2, and I remember.
Oh, is 3 the new one? Then I'm talking about 2.
Okay, yeah, because I remember the beanbag gun in 1, where it was just like, man, like. Like that was like, it's just, that's funny, huh? And then you're like, okay, wait, how real is the damage gonna be? Oh, that is, those marks are like indicative of deep bleeding inside, deep muscle damage, permanent shit, you know? And you're like,
yeah, it's such a great, like, you watch 1, 2, 3, 4, and you get to see like the young man's path through life of I can do anything to I don't want to do this.
Yeah, no. And, you know, and yet still I'd probably rather see that than a diarrhea train mountain, you know? But
I don't even know what you're talking about, but I'm cool not understanding that.
There was a train model going around a mountain, like, and it was a volcano.
Oh yeah.
And then it was, yep, nope, not great. And I was watching that with the in-law, actually. Yeah. So mother-in-law was there, and everyone's like, we're watching Jackass. And it's like, kind of forgot. I forgot about that part. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, so fun with Nathan for you.
Did Bam get caught by the cops yet, or is he still on the run?
Bam, I heard he's on the run. I'm assuming he's not on the run anymore, but I'm assuming that because his kid was involved that he probably did, because that'd be insane if not. I don't know, man. You know, it feels as if the Tony Hawk the Tony Hawk never met Bam timeline might have happened anyway. Bam. You know,
I fucking hate Bam Margera so goddamn much.
Like, we talk about the dark path if Tony never met Bam, but it feels as if it's kind of going down that road regardless.
Yeah, it is,
and it's rough because
Tony's doing well.
Yeah, as well as you can, you know, given the nature of fucking just the injuries and the pain and the recognition and doing the tricks once for the last time.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I feel like every time I hear an update about BAM, it's kind of like Artie Lang, where it's like everyone that has been around and is friends is kind of like, man, I don't like. We've tried every possible form of intervention, support, everything we can, and it just doesn't seem like anything's really gonna click. So
every single time,
so you're just watching and hoping that you see a parachute get pulled, but you don't know what to do.
Every single
at this
time
point.
I pull out my phone and my phone says Bam Margera on it, I go, and then like I continue to read the sentence, and it says anything along the lines of
he's alive,
like is still alive,
he's
and
alive.
I go, oh.
Yeah.
Like just like it is like every year or two I have a moment where I just like oh man, not this year. It almost happened recently. It almost like when he was on the run from the cops. I had a friend's birthday happened during that, and we were like, yeah, happy birthday, man. Bam might like fall off a cliff. Woo! But then he didn't.
I feel as if like when Ryan Dunn like died, that kind of like everyone was like super fucking like that was a huge like impact, and then after that everyone was like, are these guys all gonna just start dropping off,
No.
And they didn't. And in fact, in some cases, in many cases, it seems there was like a moment of like, okay, can we get a little bit healthier, can we get sober and stuff? And like Steve-O, I know definitely like turned it the fuck around and like has gotten way healthier and is doing much better as well. And so there's that kind of moment where it could have gotten particularly dark but didn't. So yeah, there's a bit of a like, okay, that there was some there was an impact that kind of helped, and that's nice because yeah, man, like there's an entire era of fucking mall white kids.
I need to stop you for a second because I see people in the chat going, wow, Pat, that's really harsh about Bam Margera. Why would you wish that on somebody? And then people are going to his wiki page and then coming back and going, oh yeah, never mind.
Okay.
Bam Margera fucking sucks so bad.
There's a whole lot of mall white kids that all filmed their own home version of Jackass that like were looking up to this group and wondering, essentially looking at them as like, this is where does the future lead for shopping cart riders, and maybe that's my future. And then like if it all just every one of those shopping carts led off a cliff, that would have been horrendous. So it's nice to know that it doesn't have
Steve-O's
to.
like a fucking positive influence now. Steve-O's like a
he's
hero.
Doing great. He's doing stand-up and stuff, and he's fucking killing it.
He was like so vegan, his doctor had to be like, nah, Steve-O, some of your shit is fucked. You can't be a hardcore vegan. You're missing, you're damaged, and you need more nutrients than what you got going on. But he was like sticking to it like perfectly, which is a massive leap from old Steve-O.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. So hoping for the best there. Anyway, what else is going on? Yeah, I had a bunch of health stuff to take care of, so been pretty busy. But we did get some slop streaming in there.
I see, and I saw that you got to see a certain slop moment with one Sir Meow from @SirMeowMusic.
Oh yes, that was pretty good. Not that bad in retrospect. Really, it was kind of like I think we got that story from the perspective of Sir Meow Music in his own filter of cringe.
Yeah.
But in reality, if you were to watch the replay, I'm sure if anyone else saw it, it was a pretty normal interaction. It mirrored many that I've had, so it really wasn't that bad at all.
Where were you in the story? Were you in the airport?
I was in the airport.
Yeah, because I asked Paige about it. I'm like, did you ever? And she's like, yeah, no. After one of the Magfests, you were in the airport, and somebody came up to say hi, and you just like blearily looked at them and went, hey.
Yeah. No, the 5 a.m.
That's how it
thing.
happened.
I'm me not being a morning person in combination with my infamous resting bitch face certainly don't add to that. You know, and as I said on during the slop stream, people are very inclined to look at me and go, "Hey man, what's wrong? Hey, what's wrong, dude?" And I'm like, "Nothing."
I'll be honest. You have a bit of an RBF.
Yeah,
you
well, I do. I do. But it's totally not reflective of what I'm feeling or thinking until I'm asked for the 10th time, at which point then it's like, okay, well, now I'm getting annoyed.
Oh, yes. See, he was mad.
You know? So, all that to say that, like, all of this can, you know, come together to create the perfect storm in someone else's mind of, like, how bad an event might go. But it probably was totally fine. And yeah, so all good. Sir Meow Music, also of Montreal, you know? So we'll see. But, yeah.
Let me ask you a question just before we move on. So I don't have RBF. I don't have end up resting the bitch face, but my mouth is kind of open when I'm like slack. So I look like I'm fucking brain dead. I look like I'm a vacant husk. If I'm just staring. Like, would you want to trade that, or is like, which do you think is worse? Because
I mean, like, no, I don't want that. But at the same time, like, the amount of people and family that would just be like, oh, why are you always looking so upset? Why don't you smile more? You know, the amount of times I'd get that shit is so fucking annoying.
Yeah, you're right. That's way worse. Yeah,
and it never, ever stopped, you know? But and I guess, like, hilariously, because, you know, my job involves talking into a mic and being on camera
and having a camera point at your face.
There have been quite a few times where I'm actually just having my normal face, but someone screen caps it and uses that screen cap to like convey like Wooly has died inside. And I'm like, God. Actually, I just went back to 0. Like,
yeah, you know, you're dying inside at all times. Really.
But there's been a couple of those moments where it's just like, oh my God, look at what he did right after that moment, and it was like, I went back to neutral, but screen cap, he's dead inside, you know, because yeah, that's it. It's just I don't know. I can't change the way my face looks, you know. And again, like and as Reggie pointed out, like, and God forbid I start squinting a little bit, you know. Yeah, no good. Anyways, so Slop Stream should be coming your way on the algorithm real soon. But in the meantime, over on Wooly versus the Algorithm, you can go check it out. We've also Solidus got,
you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you ever? This is the most non sequitur. There's a dumb new hot meme going around of like Tetsuo grabbing his fucking head, you know, and like and then he sees the vision of Akira.
Okay.
Right. I saw one yesterday, and all I could think of was you, because the caption was trying to not be a massive piece of shit, and he goes, "Leave me alone." And he sees a steak. It goes, and then it just cuts to like a fucking glass of water. And I'm like, oh my God, this slop streaming shit is the worst. It like slopping up your steaks is like the absolute. I still think about it and get fucking mad,
bro,
that you infected me with this sloppy steak shit.
Now that my body has changed and I can fit into shit like my Mista hoodie again, which I didn't get rid of because I was about to, because it was too small, but now it fits again. You bet your ass I'm going to be wearing some Dan Flashes. It's going down. I'm about to put some fucking Dan Flashes shirts on, lay on a couch, and talk about all those steaks.
I hate it. I hate it so goddamn much. Oh, I love it. It's the best.
All right. So Disco Elysium out of context, you know, speaking of disco, we have some great clips, that have been put together. Go check them out. We have, as of this morning, fascism straight up. And,
again?
Yes. and blackface crisis averted. So, go enjoy.
I remember that. I know what you're talking about with that. Okay, yeah.
Go enjoy. Yeah, and this week we will be getting some more FF9 in there. We're going to be working our way through Citadel, and I'll let you guys know. I got to spend a little more time doing some house stuff this week, so it'll probably be a little lighter schedule than needed, but I'm seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like we're going to have a little resting point, at which point, we can focus in on stuff. I have looked into the future, and I can already see, okay, so week 2 of Street Fighter 6, there is a local tournament that's happening here in Montreal. And shout-outs to MGC, the Montreal Gaming Center, and the venue. Z, the guy who runs it, is running a free bracket, free entry tournament, $1,000 pot bonus prize.
Hey!
So
ain't no reason not to.
It's one of those things where you go take a stab at it. No venue cost, no sign-up cost, and if you win...
How are they going to sift out the beaters?
Well, there might be beaters. I think perhaps if you provide proof from this day forward, with holding up today's newspaper and your passport, that someone is in fact a beater, then you can probably file a complaint. Which do you prefer?
Because beaters comes from Sword Art, but
Sword Art
I've
Online.
seen people call like people who played the beta crackheads.
Crackheads is the best. Crackheads is the best.
So good.
Yeah. That's been in the lexicon for the entire duration of this. But
oh man.
Any excuse to make fun of Sword Art Online is also welcome. But crackheads is much better. It's a much stronger bit.
I feel like dirty, because that's a plot point in Sword Art Online where other players are looking at beta testers going, look at these fucking cheating pieces of shit. And I'm like, haha, that's ridiculous. And I'm watching it happen for real.
I can't, it's the epitome. When I hear beaters, it makes me feel the same thing as when I hear get backers.
Yeah, it does.
It strikes the exact same space within me. It tickles the same fancy, Get
backers. This has to be the podcast that references get backers the most often.
I mean, I need that level. That's advanced English, because you can almost get away with it. You can almost...
It technically makes sense. It's grammatically...
It's grammatically correct. Yes. You can't... Something can be a beater, even. But it just, if you know where and why it's happening, you immediately go, oh, God. Oh, they grabbed that word, and then they tried to do this with it. There's a particular English style that I like that, Anyways.
I have to be honest, though. Gentlemen, ladies, everybody. No, none of the cracked beta players are going to take your $1 million away from you in Street Fighter 6. Tokido is going to take your $1 million away from you in Street Fighter 6.
So the fun thing about all of that is we've seen it before, and we've seen it with 5. We've seen it in other games, and there is a consistent, very, very predictable pattern, which is about 2 weeks to 3 weeks in, less than a month later, it doesn't matter, because the people who grind will grind and find everything that the others did and then some. That advantage never holds up. It always evaporates.
There's only 2 people that are going to win Evo. Someone you've never heard from a country that doesn't have a strong Evo presence and is a brand new monster on the scene, or one of the last 4 guys who won the Capcom Pro Tour.
Yeah. Nephew, Punk, Idom, Mena RD, absolutely. It's gonna be one of the 2. The thing is, of course, is that if we just if you just have to look at the history of other things like this, where those advantages, the tech, all this, the crackhead tech, you know, as Max was shouting on stream the other day. Like, there was a moment in the Li Joe tournament where, like, oh my god, it was like a crosscut Ken DP to level 2 super that juggled and then ended with a ground bounce, which then linked into a dragon lash kick into another uppercut. It was the most insane.
I was thinking about if it could happen, and I just did it, and I was like, maybe it'll work, and that's why I did it. I'd never practiced it before ever.
But like that is none of that matters a short distance afterwards, you know. Time smooths that over, and then everyone just, you can't stop the ocean, and someone will lab harder than you, bet smarter than you, faster than you, will have better execution than you, will have better ideas than you, and will improvise better than you ever could have in the time.
Well, I mean, it's very tough to compete with people whose like profession is to be good at Street Fighter.
It is. It very much is. Yeah. But that's all that to say that in case anyone thinks that it's like a permanent thing, it definitely isn't, you know.
Is Sonic Fox playing Street Fighter 6?
Oh, everyone's playing Street Fighter 6. Bro, there's $1 million on the line.
Oh man. Can we get Sonic Fox to just win it and just say for this person is just going to win anything they enter until the end of time, like a unified belt? Dude, or some shit.
$1 million means everyone is gonna fucking enter. It is you, if you are in the top 0.01% of fighting game players, you would be a fool to not take a crack at it, because not only is it $1 million in top place, but everyone in top 32 gets at minimum 2K. So they pay I was talking to Reggie about this, because like the difference between 5th and 6th place is like it goes from 10K to like 100K. It's an insane. Yeah, it's a
big difference.
It's an insane. Yeah, and so like one missed uppercut, one missed drive impact, and you lose $90,000 is a wild way to be.
Listen,
but
I'm really excited for the quality of these matches. They're going to be really intense. But I have to admit, I'm much, much more excited for the morning of top 8 for the $1 million. That's crazy. 6 of the competitors have become violently ill with food poisoning. How could this have happened? How could this have occurred?
Damn.
Oh my god, it's so impossible.
Who's gonna have to step in and take their place? Who's not sick that morning? Marn! What the? Coming out the back with smoke and a goddamn chair in his hand.
Like I need like if you think about like the fucking series Canada and Russia played, like the hockey series, the national pride thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Canadian team gets to Russia, all their bags get lost, their hotel doesn't exist. You know, and shit like that. Like, yeah, come on. Let's get fucking scummy, man.
Yeah. So like there's the bit and then there's reality, right? And I bet you that in reality there might actually be it's the night before, we're all gonna go out to eat and like, hey, let's have another one. Come on, you know, maybe we can play a few more games down at the casino. Like maybe we can fuck around a little bit, you know, maybe just let's let's get another round over here. This is my dude over here. Absolutely. Tomorrow morning you'll be fine. Tonight we celebrate.
If you're a competitor going to a major event such as this and you think you have a shot at, let's say, top 32, fucking eat meals far away from other people, fucking guard your drink,
everyone,
don't go anywhere to see anything cool. If someone says, hey man, there's this cool fucking thing over here, don't go with them. Don't.
Everyone has their like healthy night before regimen that they're going to be following, but like on this night of all nights, like there might need to be like security pods, you know? I don't know. $1 million is a lot. In any case though, yeah, so top 32 gets paid out. So anyone who gets the invite ultimately to Capcom Cup is in the money to some degree.
I would worry about like honeypot shit. Like, hey, that girl, oh man, she's really interested because you're so good at Street Fighter. Fucking push her down on the street and run.
Because Evo is at Las Vegas, where all that shit is flying wild and fast.
Yes, Vegas, I fucking forgot.
But Capcom Cup is not, right? So fortunately, they can avoid most of that.
Where's Capcom Cup at?
I think it's just LA, you know.
That's still fucking grimy as hell, man.
But you gotta watch out. Anyway, yeah, looking forward to that, and I'll be obviously, you know, we'll see what happens. But yeah, where there's a tournament that's going on right away in the scene, and right off the bat, a week later, I can't go because in-laws are going to be in town, family stuff's happening, obligations, and it's like, and here we go. Yeah. This is the beginning of it, right? This is the beginning of like, go home and be a family man.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, you think you want to go out to that event, you think you want to compete, you think you've been fucking putting work in, but obligations, man.
Dude, it sucks because this is the year you are absolutely going to get out of pools.
This time,
super strong.
This time, you know, you don't understand though. This time it's different. My Luke is so nice, you guys. Yeah, it's.
I just had this. Hey man, you know, it's the last night before the finals. We're gonna go to a party. It's over in so and so's hotel room. It's fine, man. Everybody's gonna be there. Okay, cool. And you show up and you're like, is that Hungry Box over there? He doesn't look super good. He's coming towards me. What's
Shout outs to the player that's sitting there on launch day. And there's, let's say hypothetically, there's a baby crying in the background. The phone is ringing with boss saying you got to come in and do OT, and the wife is just right down your neck screaming about something, and that player is just staring at the screen, and then they select modern mode.
Yeah.
And they just go, fuck it. I'm not doing this to myself. We're going modern. I can't, you know?
I hope the winner
that is going to happen to someone.
Capcom Pro Tour is using modern controls. I think that would be fascinating as hell.
I hope we have multiple modern players in the top. Absolutely. Anyways, so yeah. The stuff's coming up. I'll check the schedule on Twitter, of course, as usual. And yeah, that'll be where you can find me. Wooly versus on everything.
So there's not a whole lot for me to talk about my week. I just did the usual. What's up?
Woke controls. Yes, true.
I'm using woke controls.
Woke controls. Oh man.
Damn. Oh, it's the best. The fucking best, dude. Oh, I love it.
It's just in the wild.
Oh, it's the best.
In the wild.
Man. It's bringing the feeling of the arcade home. I swear to God. Yeah, the only thing I have to really say about my week of real interest is I have climbed back into the mucusy kangaroo pouch that is fighting games once again. As terrible as it is, I am fully back in. I rewatched my fucking open beta stream to look at my matches. That is the first time I have done that in like 10 fucking years. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even really do that when Street Fighter 4 came out. I just like looked into the spectator thing. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a cool feature, and then didn't even do that. But I'm like sitting around going, I want to play Street Fighter 6 so fucking bad. I will just look at myself play fucking Street Fighter 6. Cause that's kind of the same thing.
So you
Uh,
haven't been watching the random Twitter accounts that have been putting up random leaks here and
I
there.
have. I saw one, and I don't know if you caught the tweet I put out before it got DMCA'd, but I saw a Dalsum clip floating around where Dalsum has full screen counter combos. And I
Okay,
just
I
like
didn't.
angrily quote tweeted it with like, this game sucks. I'm done with it. Fuck this game forever.
I didn't see that one. I did
off
see.
off Dalsum's standing roundhouse, the really long kick. If that's
Okay.
like a counter hit, he can dash in and do the
Hmm.
slide into a full combo from the corner to the corner.
Yes, he can cancel from stretchy limbs now. He couldn't before, but now he can do stretchy limbs into cancels. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's yeah. There's some funny stuff popping up. And just every once in a while, like there's one or two random Twitch accounts that were just like, "Whoa, hey, shit, you can totally see me during the loading screen," style. Like we're just gonna pop the game in, and I'm just gonna destroy whatever GameStop manager has a copy or whatever. Like we're like, there's totally at least a
I
couple
have
accounts where they just start streaming. And
I have a sneaking suspicion, a gut feeling that competition during the review process for this game is weak as fuck.
yeah, yeah, I can imagine that, but also like the copies that whatever mom and pop store gets or yada yada, and then someone grabs a copy and goes online, and it's just so funny because you can kind of tell. So like right off the bat, leaked copy footage or whatever, person streaming it. Oh my god, it's crazy, everything's wild. What's gonna happen before the Capcom show up? Here's what's gonna happen. The dude's gonna pick like Ryu, and he's gonna just beat up the CPU level 4 for a while, and then he's gonna go pick another beta character that everyone's already seen, and then go to the bull match mode, and then do some event matches, and just generally do whatever the fuck, because they don't know or care or pay any attention. I don't know. He's playing Rocket League every other day. He's not paying attention to this shit. And then
I've thought about this a lot, when you see these leaks, because I am very interested in leaks of a wide variety of games. I've seen many, and 99 times out of 100, it's like that for one really simple reason. The people like you or I or any of our pals or any of the people in the scene that would be like know what to show, know how to show it, and all that stuff, go, I don't want to get my ass fucked by Capcom by putting this fucking shit up off a fucking leaked copy, so they don't, even if they have it. Right? If I went to the store and some guy just gave me fucking Street Fighter 6 right now, I'd know exactly what to leak, and I wouldn't, because Capcom crawled my fucking ass.
just keep playing those Luke versus Ryu matches in the fucking temple and call it a day, but it is really, really funny because it's like eventually persons like eventually people just start noticing, showing up in the chat and going, for the love of God, just pick level 8 CPU, 2 characters we haven't already seen, and let them fight. Jesus Christ, at least make the leaks worth it.
Marissa versus DJ, please.
Just go. What are you doing? No one wants to see this fucking Luke shit. Shut up. Bullfighting. And they're like, oh, okay.
Hilarious.
Lol. And then you start seeing those foot matches and people are like, okay, now we can take notes. Oh, fuck. It's
so
great.
yeah, I'm back in. I'm excited. I'm gonna be doing I don't know what I call it, just react bullshit. I don't know. I'm gonna be doing that. Usually I do it at the end of the week, right? Because it's Friday or Thursday. I'm doing it on Wednesday, the day before Street Fighter, and I've loaded it up with just a shit ton of old fighting game videos and just a ton of Gerald Lee's stuff from
Corey.
Corey Gaming.
Hell yeah.
I watched the last time I did one. I watched some of Corey Gaming's stuff, and it's just like, what an incredible fucking video producer.
Mm-hmm.
What an amazing fucking set of videos to just break down really complicated shit in the simplest, easiest to understand terms. Just the best.
Mm-hmm.
Just the absolute best.
Shout outs Corey Gaming. Shout outs Leon Massey.
Yeah. Oh man. Leon
fantastic.
Massey's video on the first one I ever saw was like, hey, let's talk about jump arcs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is a really narrow topic.
Mm-hmm.
Do you really think you can talk about jump arcs for 26 minutes? Oh yeah, you totally can. Absolutely.
Yeah. Shout out to Hold Back to Block as well. It's Esteban doing good stuff. Like he's got
I'm not
some
familiar with them.
He's got some really good videos too. He does some deep dives and has put out some pretty compelling stuff. Yeah, I'm really like stoked on like these really great channels that are informative and in depth and do not require you to have any knowledge whatsoever, really, because they're great at introducing the thesis statement from a ground up video game level, outside of fighting games, and then taking you into the nuance and then back out. Really, really good video essays on stuff that comes from fighting games.
It really shows off your taste though, because I go, hey guys, does anybody have any good fighting game videos? And people send me like, oh, here's like a history of broken characters. I'm like, nah, I don't really like that. Or they go, oh, hey, here's some cool matches from Combo Breaker this weekend, right? And I go, nah, that's not what I want. You know what I want? I want fucking 360p footage of that guy playing fucking Rolento and Mega Man versus Raven and Kuro in Street Fighter Cross Tekken.
Okay.
And just doing the fucking Raven combos into fucking Mega Man launching into space until the timer runs out. That's what I want.
Tastes are different, man, because I got right here my preemptive Marissa notes file on things that we've seen in footage that need to be explored, and things that'll probably work on day 1 or day 0 when Marissa is finally in my hands. So, like, I mean, I want that tech all day. I want to know who's doing what I'm seeing, what can happen, what's possible, because, if I see a chess piece that does shit I've never seen before, I need to know everything about that chess piece before we move forward. I don't give a fuck what else is happening anywhere. What is that? What do you mean it can jump forward 1 space and go diagonally? Right on.
So yeah, that's gonna be my bullshit this week. Tomorrow, System Shock. Then it'll be fucking React content about fighting games. And my Thursday stream with Street Fighter. I don't know when that stream is going to start. Like I have on my schedule in little brackets. I don't know when the stream starts. Go ask Capcom about it, I guess, because it depends. It depends what shows up in my fucking email that day at what time. It will start at least at midnight Eastern or 9 Pacific. But aside from that, who knows?
Okay.
Somebody asked in the chat. I forgot. How was Bolt Gun? 40K Bolt Gun is an incredible boomer shooter based off of 40K, and is a canonical sequel to Space Marine.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's fucking great. It's great. It's fucking good. It's when you shoot people, it's chunky. There's also a button that has your character just yell crazy shit about the Imperium of Man or the God Emperor, and I played it for like 3 hours and didn't encounter any repeated voice lines. So there's probably like a couple thousand voice lines in it of just hit the Y button to be crazy. Nice. Fucking rules.
Okay. I want to
go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt to see stuff.
I've been chipping away at Darkest Dungeon 2 as well, behind the scenes, and I just want to reiterate. I talked about it when I first played it, but I just want to give another shout out to the backstories in that game for the characters, and how fucking cool of a mechanic that is. Just every time you see one on the map, it is like the first thing you want to beeline towards. And essentially, it's just the ability to go in, play through one of 5 chapters that each gives you another move that you can unlock for the character permanently. And they're all really good, like well-written backstories that are like taking... Well, even when sometimes they're just narrator reading out dialogue to you, which is solid stuff, well written. And then sometimes it's gameplay, and it'll be like playing through a completely different version of the game mechanics to like convey this story, you know. So you're playing the leper, right? And you go back to his chapter 1, and like he's a king walking through the streets, and he has his like his posse of like
his disgusting retinue of scumbags.
Exactly, you know, and then you've got the beggars that have leprosy on the enemy side, and they're begging and crawling forward to try and get help, and you have the actions to push your fucking scumbag king's courtsmen aside to get to them, to embrace them, and they're trying to shout you back, and you're taking mental damage and stress from the things they're saying at you, you know. And every time you can embrace one, they're like thanking you, and then they kind of like ascend, and then you kind of get pushed back. And it's like a gameplay thing where you're using the Darkest Dungeon mechanics to fight your way through to them, you know? It's fucking phenomenal, man. And like they do that in so many different ways with each character, you know? You get the Vestal, who's like meant to be chaste, you know? She's a Vestal virgin, like the old Roman days type of thing. And she has her daily life of like lighting the flame, go pick up the wood over here, move your spaces, light the flame, and something's happening out the window. What is it? Your curiosity is an action. You look, you see a couple out there. What are they doing? Oh no, you know? And it's just like, it's such a fucking really well implemented thing. And in each case, you can't wait to get back to the next one. You know, yeah. It really, really compels you to just like, oh, I want to play this class again to get to that next level. And the reward is the best thing ever. It's a new
the strongest
move.
Upgrade that you can get long term.
Right. And in Darkest Dungeon 1, all you did was just spend money to buy new moves. Here, it's like a really engaging thing. The payoff for this great story moment or this great gameplay moment is a new move that's going to change the class forever. And like you're setting your sights on it. Like what a fucking just all around brilliant implementation in the game design. Like I love that shit so much, man.
So I had this very strange thing with Darkest Dungeon 2 where I was playing it a bunch and then I fell off really hard. I'm like, I don't know. And like I'm still waiting on Steam Cloud support and controller support. So I'm just like, maybe I won't come back to it. So I didn't look away from a spoiler. I saw folks somewhere talking about the final boss.
Oh.
So I was like, you know, I might not ever play this again. I might as well look at it. And I looked at it and I'm like, yeah, when that Steam Cloud support and that controller support get added to the 1.1, I'm definitely going back to Darkest Dungeon 2 because that's probably the coolest fucking thing I ever seen in a video game. That is fucking cool as shit.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. You got spoiled. That sucks, but
No, I didn't get spoiled. I intentionally went, fuck it. I'll look at it. Let's see what it is, because I might not see it, because I'm probably about to drop it.
You read a spoiler and then...
No.
Oh, you out of prompted nowhere. Okay.
Yeah, I was like, I'm probably going to drop this, bummer, and then I scrolled past... Oh, can we talk about the final boss of Darkest Dungeon 2? I'm like, fuck it. I'll click on that. I'll see what I'm probably going to miss out on. And then I'm like, oh, no, now I'm definitely going to go back.
Okay. Well, shit. I'm excited then.
That's like, if I had not done that, I probably never would have gone back and played the game again, at which point I would never have seen it anyway. Kind of thinking.
I mean,
but now I'm re-incentivized. Like, no, I definitely want to see that for myself. That is awesome.
Anyone who's beaten or gotten to the mountain for the demo beta, open beta version, open early access, excuse me, has seen like, you know, the chains and how interesting that is. And like, they've done this great thing where like the cool major bosses from previous, from Darkest Dungeon 1, are found in layers on the map and like in encounters that you can, head towards and gear up for. But you know exactly where they are and they're still there. You can still fight the Shambler, you can do all that. But like the mountain is always special, Yeah. And having seen at least 2 things from it so far. Yeah. Like I like what they're building towards. So that's very exciting. Interesting. Cool. Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
Kay.
Oh no, it's luckily it's a slow news week this week with nothing to mock.
Yeah, all right, we gotta get a move on with that because there is much to cover. But let's take a quick bathroom break, and we'll be right back. This week, quick word from our sponsors. The pod is sponsored by HelloFresh.
Hey, HelloFresh, how you doing, man? I'm hungry.
Hello.
Can you help me?
Fresh. Yeah. The freshest ingredients, farm fresh, pre-portioned, seasonal recipes, all of that good stuff. We are once again going to remind you about the best way to skip the annoying trips to the grocery store and to get yourself something that's way better tasting than you could probably improvise. You know?
Dude, I'm getting my HelloFresh this Wednesday. I'm excited. I want it. I want it in my tummy.
Right? And you kind of you follow the quick steps. You get a real easy card to follow. One card, even no page turning, and you get yourself a meal kit ready to go in 15 minutes or less.
Crazy.
They don't just They don't just do delicious dinners. They've also got 40 weekly recipes you can pick from, over 100 items to round out your order. They got snacks, lunches, they got desserts, they got pantry necessities. Everything can arrive in one box on the delivery day that you choose. So, yeah, whatever you are looking for, they got the options coming your way. In particular, if you've got veggie, if you're a pescatarian, if you're going fit and wholesome, if you're doing balanced, just good old protein, whatever you want, they've got all of those options available. And yeah, the customization you can put into each box as well with your sides or your schedule. You can take a break, resume when you want to. All of that good stuff is the best. And yeah, you got a cold box, so you know everything in there is fresh. There's nothing that's been frozen and coming at you from God knows when.
The only thing frozen in that box is the ice that keeps it fresh and cold.
So do yourself a favor and trust the people who are better at making food than you to teach you how to make food. You know? Something about give a man a fish and so on. Well, here.
And he'll have a fish.
Yeah, but teach a man to fish.
And also send him the fish in the mail.
What's better than that, right? Fuck teaching a man to fish and fuck giving a man a fish. How about you do both at the same time?
Have the mail and have instructions on how to cook the fish.
Look at that.
And then the man's wife is like, "Wow, you got this great fish."
Damn. Time to just like I'm all swooned. Let me throw it at you. And the guy's like, "Yeah. Thanks, HelloFresh."
We mangled that parable a little bit, but HelloFresh doesn't care if you mangled your parables. They're just here to give you good food.
That's it. Impress people, get laid. That's what we're saying here today. Go to hellofresh.com/superbeast16 and use code superbeast16 for 16 free meals plus free shipping. That's hellofresh.com/superbeast16. The code is superbeast16, and you're going to get 16 free meals plus free shipping. That's America's #1 meal kit. Thank you, HelloFresh.
Thanks, HelloFresh. I love you, HelloFresh.
Right. So a lot of things happened, but before we get to the brunt of it in the Sony event, let's just get the other things out of the way.
Sure.
So we talked a bit already about the Zaum documentary. We touched on that. And fun little side note, just a little, you know, amuse-bouche. Aska Arkreutz has come out in Guilty Gear Strive, and the DLC page for him is listing it as, you know, fighting games, downloadable content, deck building,
perfect
card drawing.
That's great. That's just grand.
Yes, the DLC is throwing on those extra tags in there for accuracy because you are deck building while you play this fucking character. So good, so good. I love it. All right.
Hey Wooly, I have a weird question. It's from @CastleSuperBeast is the best for realsies. They ask, "Hey Wooly, how do you make the podcast so good every week?"
That's a great question. Let me go. Damn, you must be an astute listener. Let me click on that profile page to see how long you must have been listening the whole time, haven't you?
Hey, that's weird. They've never said that ever.
Wait a minute. This account was made yesterday
and hasn't even said anything.
What? Why would that? I have been bamboozled.
How could you have been bamboozled? By somebody who loves you.
I mean, the wildest part is, why not just type gibberish? Like,
I don't know.
Why even go through the trouble of making an account that says nothing instead of just typing gibberish?
Okay, so
because technically,
we are making fun of Blizzard and the Diablo 4 because they recently put out a video where they were like, "Hey, we're answering questions from the community." and they would post a question, and the questions were all masturbatory.
Now, hold on, because the person who made that account did also technically ask that question. So I don't see a problem with this.
Isn't that the same account, like the alt account of the person running the video?
Yes. If that person has an alt and then they ask the question and say that they have asked the question on the alt, they are in fact asking the question. I see nothing wrong with it.
So the first question that I saw that my brain just shut off in disbelief was wow, guys, the graphics in Diablo 4 are incredible. You guys seem like you worked really hard. How important was it for you guys to have the visuals be so great? And I'm like, you will get the fuck out of here. That is not a real question asked by a human ever. And then you see, oh, yeah, maybe these accounts never even asked those questions. That's my favorite part. Not the alt accounts that ask the questions that are brand new from yesterday. I mean the accounts that have been up on Twitter for 14 years and have 0 posts that are being referenced. You didn't even make a fucking sock puppet to ask the question. You just made that one the fuck up.
I mean, it's always great when the phrasing is just the most, this is Paul marketing writing this.
Oh yeah, you can always tell.
How are legacy players like myself that have enjoyed this journey for so long going to be acknowledged, and how is the journey going to complete itself? Every
time.
Okay, so to find the actual fucking thread here, dear God. So it was a Diablo event where they were taking Q&A, and then you just run down the list of, because they start showing the questions, and one of the questions is, as you mentioned, the cutscenes in D4 are gorgeous. How important was it to get these games as high quality as they are? Emma Rocks on Twitter, exactly. And then, Emma Rocks on Twitter is an account from 13 years ago, and the only tweet is, I love Justin Bieber in 2010. Okay, here we go. Here's one coming in from EZDC2. Says, thanks for putting couch co-op in the game. I imagine this makes the development significantly harder. Why was it so important to include this in Diablo 4? Anytime someone asks, why was it so important? That is a marketer. Real people don't ask about the importance of anything. They ask if it's going to be out on this date, if it's going to have this feature, if it's going to do this thing. They ask who, what, where, when, why. No one's asking how important or why was it important. This account was created today by someone who made it after the presentation. A Redditor, Heistmeister, says, with skill trees to be further expanded with new branches / choices for existing abilities in the future, patches / seasons, I'd love skill clusters like the Necromancer's Curse cluster to have some extra oomph. This user doesn't exist.
So apparently there's an update on this story as of an hour ago, which was Blizzard came out and said that those questions had been provided to them by a third party marketing agency that they asked to provide questions for them. And you can't verify that because they don't say what marketing company it is. And it's but if it's a third party marketing company, then why is one of these accounts your alt? This seems like horse shit. This seems like lies.
How important is it for you to tell the truth and when you're marketing anything at people?
It's not, obviously.
How important is it that this podcast continue to entertain us for years and make sure that new listeners can feel welcome and not just isolated by all the old bits? Oh, well, Thanks for
shut up. And then I run away.
thanks for prompting my bullet point. So that's just a quick little classic, oh, Blizzard, here we go. That's good. That's good. And it goes on and it goes on and it goes on. And it's just like, if you're going to actually go through the fucking bullshit of putting the account up, just assume someone might maybe actually click on it. I don't know.
I don't understand the whole purpose of this. They could have easily put out the same exact like video that answered all of these questions and just not phrased it like they're answering questions. They're like, here's some stuff we would like to tell you about the game, and then just said the answers they were going to say anyway.
Yeah. Like, so the other version of this is when WWE just reads live tweets out, and obviously they're going through the hashtag filter. Obviously they're picking out the things that are the most positive and in line with the brand message they're trying to get out there. But people who are typing those tweets know that and are going to lean into that on their own volition. So it's like, it's really easy and obvious to do this in a way where people will just ask bullshit questions anyway. But no, we've got to just go through that extra step because we don't know what the fuck we're doing. And also, you're not allowed to have bad opinions about us ever. So
that's
a good idea.
West,
yeah.
The fading final Wild West in this world is calling up your favorite radio show, and they ask you, hey, what's your question? What are you going to talk about to the host? And then you just lie your ass off. And then once if you actually make it through, you fucking drop whatever bomb you want to drop and fucking hang up.
Or baba booey, baba booey, baba booey.
Yeah, whatever the fuck.
Yeah. Anyways, good stuff going on over there. Good stuff going on as well over at Nintendo. So they're, real quick, some 11 years later, out of nowhere, 3DS patch gets dropped. Turns out you update your 3DS. Does it do anything? No, actually, it just stops some homebrew stuff that the modding community has been working on and been releasing. It just basically shuts down the exploits that people have been using.
Stopping homebrew on a console that is explicitly not supported anymore and you can't buy games for feels needlessly cruel and vindictive.
So, then the 3DS homebrew and modding community just goes K and pushes out a new patch that circumvents the new patch less than a few hours later. So
it's really fucking funny.
All right. Thanks, I guess. Moving on.
The speed of them doing that feels like extra victorious, because it's like, don't even bother wasting the man hours to try and lock this thing down. You're just throwing money. Like it didn't even stop them for one day.
Yeah. Nothing to be gained. But it's more just like a display of intent. Yeah. It's just kind of them saying like, oh, but we're willing though. We're willing to look like dumbasses. Don't you wait. Anyway, so there's that. And not much else to this, but Front Mission 2 Remake has been delayed.
No.
So it was supposed to come out next week. But they're still working on it. So, they dropped 1 with fairly quick turnaround the other day. Yeah. 2, I guess, is going to take a little bit more time, and then the road to 3.
It's funny because you mentioned Nintendo. Like, one of the other things, like, they put a cease and desist on Dolphin on Steam.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And it's like, I can understand them going, nah, that's a bad idea. But on the other hand, they also really don't want you to know that there's a fairly easy way to play Tears of the Kingdom with a way better resolution and frame rate, because Nintendo's unable to stop anyone. It's kind of sad.
So what I heard was that it said Steam contacted Nintendo to ask them if they're okay with listing Dolphin on Steam, and Nintendo said no, we're not. And then I think that's what the exchange was.
Wait, really? Steam actually went ahead and did due diligence on something?
Because I remember there was the screenshots of the Steam Deck where, like, I think there was a screenshot of Yuzu or so, right?
Yeah,
that was like on the promotional material. So it's I think Valve like asked Nintendo about that, is what I heard.
That's
with
weird,
Dolphin.
man. Steam doesn't do due diligence on anything.
It's interesting because it's like we're scraping up against the same conversation from fucking 20 years ago with like SNES 9X and shit, where it's like, okay, the ROMs themselves are the copyrighted material. The emulator itself is not. That's not proprietary at all. The BIOS might be, but you've got to go get that yourself in some other place. Or if you are making a backup of your own, you know, and like then you get into that, like this file is, but this file isn't. And
apparently
yada, yada.
Dolphin uploaded the build of Dolphin that contained those decryption keys in the files, which is the no.
Okay. Yeah. So
do it again without the files, buddy.
Because the obviously the whatchamacallit, EPSXE and the PlayStation and a lot of the other more advanced stuff beyond the 5th generation was like, okay, you're gonna have to get yourself a BIOS somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, you're gonna have to get yourself
somehow.
This somewhere.
I don't know where you could get it. I don't know.
But everything else is
nobody has a friend that would just
right
give it
there.
to them.
Okay. Speaking of robots as well, they announced Daemon X Machina, Titanic Scion.
Really?
There's a sequel dropping. That's I'm surprised. I guess, like, I know. So Daemon X Machina has picked up a pretty a loyal following. Like there was a fan base that really like came out for that and have been pretty vocal. So they just kind of did a Marvelous Games showcase, and it wasn't much. It was just like a quick teaser of like a robot being constructed, but there's another one coming.
Cool.
So yay, robots live.
Man, I felt so torn on Daemon X Machina.
I remember.
I was just like, it wouldn't let me do the missions. It just kept talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
Just kept telling me things I didn't care about instead of letting me do the missions. It was a weird situation.
Now, the funny thing with that is, I guess, is that like, meanwhile in Front Mission, I couldn't get enough plot.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Delivered straight to my veins.
Oh,
like,
it's so good.
Fucking just right in. Give me more plot. I want more talking. I want more cutscenes, actually.
I want more internet.
Yeah. So I guess it just depends on like what you're doing and how you're doing it and how it's delivered, right? If you're compelled by the plot, then it doesn't feel like it's a downside. Anyway, though, so all of that went down this week. But then so did the Sony event. And I gotta say, I was explaining, to everybody that like, well, it's to Reggie, that like we have come so far from sitting down at these watch-alongs and being like, all right, this is gonna be approximately 65 to 70% trailers, 30% investors talking about bullshit on stage because they want to see themselves. They want to see themselves in a suit, and they want to see if they basically like they want to have their Reggie moment, right? They want to have their Reggie Fils-Aimé. I'm about kicking ass and making taking names, and we're about making games. Like that made his career. And he was able to slingshot that into literally being the president of the fucking company. So, like, there was an era where a whole bunch of people at a whole bunch of companies were like, if I can get on stage and talk to the people and establish my character, I can slingshot that into shut the fuck up. Play the trailer, please. You know?
Yeah. You know what else it was? It was also, we'd sit down and we're like, it is absolutely 100% mandatory to watch this. Because this is 70% of the entire year's news in this 1-2 hour fucking session.
Right. So it's become a very like streamlined and refreshing experience to have Nintendo Direct be like game. Here's a guy explaining it for like 30 seconds. Game. You know, and in this case, yeah, in the span of 1 hour, they dropped trailers for 32 games. So a whole lot was announced.
Before we make any judgments, insiders say that Sony was holding it back after mixed reaction. That's always my favorite. Every time there's like one of these shows that people go, yeah, that was it. That like, so here comes the insider to be like, they were holding back all that good shit. They didn't show it. You don't know what they didn't show. It was so cool, but they didn't show it. I'm like, yeah, okay. Whatever you say. I cannot hear you.
I also had a bit of a moment earlier watching this where I realized that the shitty way things were handled in the past in the E3 era meant that the entire studio had to, somewhere like, you know, halfway through the year, turn the whole studio around to get the E3 build ready, to get the vertical slice ready.
Like, hey guys, 6 months of this 3-year dev time is for the E3 demo.
Take a bunch of people that are needed on the team and have them go work on a separate thing over here, yada yada, and the whole project is redirected around this, right? And we've moved out of that era, and so because it's less central, things can just announce whenever they're ready, and whenever they're ready is when they show themselves off at the next possible event. So that means that like now the trailers that are going to be shown off, like they can be kind of held back if they wanted to, but it feels as if it doesn't really matter as much anymore. So I guess like I'm just like, whatever we're watching is what happened to be ready to show something at this point in time. And so they could have done something like said, oh, Hi-Fi Rush, we'll hold on to that until we have a megaton big show, or you know, any of the other things that have happened between then and now. We could hold on to that for a megaton announcement. It's like, oh no, that was ready then, just drop it then. This was ready beforehand. And then like whatever we're seeing here is just the things that are at that point within their development without needing E3 looming over their heads as the point to act to develop towards. That's better for the industry overall, but it now means, I guess, that like the old mentality of like, oh, Microsoft won, Nintendo won, Sony won, like the whole like they catered the whole industry of their first exclusives around this event. It doesn't mean that anymore. That's kind of meaningless.
It doesn't mean that for shit.
So that whenever people are going like, oh, they fucking won with this, it's like, no, these are just the games that they're showing that are around that time of their schedule. You know, it's not a catered fuck everything over to get it ready to drop a big bomb and have everyone go the megatons. You know, that era is thankfully gone. So what ends up
happening, and it's like, so what you used to get from developers that didn't want to waste their fucking time making a massive E3 build. What you used to get is like, hey, here's the fake vertical slice that we showed to the producers in pre-production as the demo. Right? Or here's the only level that currently exists in the game cleaned up for the demonstration. And then that level fucking leaves. It gets cut or whatever the fuck. But now we're at the level where I agree that is a accurate depiction of like how the process works. But now we're at the thing of like, what's done, what can we show? And then the executive producer says nothing. And they go, well, we got to show something. Like, okay, well, is the CG intro movie on the main menu done?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, that'll be the announcement trailer.
Yeah.
Put that out there. What, you mean the one that that was like the pitch video? Yeah. Just put the pitch video
Can we have a guy walk out and open his shirt and just say, we do it? Can we do that?
Right. There were like this is a wild exaggeration, but there are like 15 fucking moments during that thing where I'm like, I just see that it's CG and my brain just turned off, and I'm like, oh, this is like the pitch trailer for the fucking company.
Yeah.
For fucking whatever.
There was that gorgeous animated trailer for
the thing from Gris, the Gris.
Yeah, it was beautiful, and I was like, "Oh man, this looks gorgeous." This was nothing. We saw.
Yeah, it was nothing.
Yeah.
The very first thing we saw was like hey, 4 people gonna rob a bank game with. I can't even remember the fucking name. I don't even remember the fucking name because it was nothing.
Fair Games. Yeah.
Was that it? I don't like
maybe. But yeah, no, the Gris follow up, whatever. Hold on, was it Abzu Pathless Sword of the Sea? I don't remember, but yeah, it was basically just like.
I think it's Neva.
Okay, so
I remember saying never
ever. Yeah, I was just like, this is a amazingly animated trailer. Shout outs to the talent that made it. This tells us nothing about the game, but hopefully the game has this art style. Otherwise, shout out to that animator, I guess. And that happened last time too. There was the last event show had a beautiful like card game, I think it was, and it was like it was like, what was it called? It was like Nature Punk or something like that. Like
I know, dude.
Anyway, all right. So obviously there's bigger announcements than others in this list, but taken from the top, Fair Games $sign was
absolutely nothing
there.
Might as well have been. You know what I said? I'm like, the CG trailer for Fair Games might as well be a poster. Like that's all we're getting from it. It might as well be a poster.
We got to see another look at Immortals of Avium, the FPS magic wielding game that Reggie thought was Mass Effect.
Really funny.
So yeah, that I
see Immortals of Avium, and I'm about to get really unfair to a lot of games in the near future. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Tears of the Kingdom is a really good example of Nintendo saying to not chase fancy graphics, and instead they chased like cool ideas with the way that, I mean, I'm sure you've seen people talking about like game devs just losing their mind over like the physics system in that game and the things that it allows and the kind of situations you can do. And I remember sitting there looking at Immortals of Avium, which is like a bog standard FPS game with what looks like a terrible story going, but your guns are magic instead. And I'm like, this is just the weakest shit. This is just this is the fucking grilled cheese of video games. Just who gives a shit?
Yeah, I don't really know what to make of it, but I guess the one thing that I think of whenever I see there's basically like whatever this game is, whatever is going on, I actually like FPS more when I see cool hand things happening. So Ghostwire
cool
Tokyo
idea.
With all the cool little pulls and casting and whatever going on, and seeing
I need
that.
to hold up my hand. Everybody's mad that I use grilled cheese as a pejorative. My point is, you can get a grilled cheese anywhere. That's my point.
Yeah. If you do cool first person hand things, I care a bit more because that shit always looks pretty sick. But other than that, I don't know what the fuck is going on in that. What did they show? Oh, okay. So speaking of which, making first person cooler, Ghost Runner 2 announced.
That looked cool.
Awesome.
That looked very interesting.
Very, very happy to see that made enough momentum to get a second game going. That game is stylish as fuck. And yeah, I saw the mask character and I was like, oh, that's a Destiny ass mask. What the? Oh, yeah. Wait, yeah, Ghost Runner. Yeah. So, looking forward to seeing Solidus on those leaderboards, cleaning it up. Do your thing. Don't embarrass yourself.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
We talked about Sword of the Sea from the people behind Abzu and Pathless and Journey. And
you bet, you fucking bet.
You
it's
see
from
the
people
Journey
who fucking made Journey.
And the thing is, man, I fucking love Journey, right? And I guess there's a part of me that is a little not bummed out, but I'm a little like mournful that I feel like Journey was amazing, but it was of the time. And it was,
I would say that.
Journey was so of the time, and Shadow of the Colossus similarly was of the time. And I guess what I mean by that is games...
I disagree with that.
Really?
Personally.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Shadow of the Colossus could come out right now and people would go nuts about it.
But not in a world where so many things inspired by Shadow of the Colossus are
Yeah, I
here.
know, but you have to delete those from history if you want to play this game.
But my whole point is without deleting them, right? The games where like the pathway through the game is a visual spectacle, tend to they don't hit as strongly as they used to, right? Because once upon a time, a simple game with a simple visual spectacle and like a nice gameplay integration would make me a dedicated fan of you for life. Rez is one of my fucking... you know what I mean? Rez is forever. But like obviously that's the further back you go, the more that stands out. Now of the time, things that are kind of just as visual, there will be experiences that come and are magnificent, but don't leave anywhere near as much of an impact, simply because, you know, the inspiration, the children of Rez, the children of Shadows of the Colossus and of Journey have come and have gone, you know? And so something that like I fucking love the shit out of Sayonara Wild Hearts. It was cool. People are like, yeah, that's a dope thing. Check it out sometime. But if that were obviously, you know, a decade ago, I would it would be such a massive impact, you know?
So it's funny because you mentioned this about like Journey and its legacy, but what I thought you were going to talk about was that like I look at Sword of the Sea and it's so aggressively I burst out laughing when it was not called Journey 2. Like it is so Journey again that I couldn't believe it. And as such, I'm like, I have Journey at home.
Yeah. And I do think that to some degree there's something to be said about like, you know, the same people that made Journey made a couple other things and now they kind of want to go back to that thing because that was super great. And it's like, yeah, we recognize that. My only hope, of course, is that some of that magic can, you know, be recaptured and that there's enough new things going on because obviously, hey, Shadow of the Colossus is amazing. But we don't talk much about Trico, right? We don't say anything about The Last Guardian, even though we were waiting on that for a very long time. And it came out and it has a similar eco, you know, level of like silence and world building and establishing. It's a lot of those cues are all there, but for some reason, all this time later, that you know, it didn't manage to do what we appreciated, you know, from the others. So, I suppose to some degree, it's just the thought is that we've seen many Journey likes that are not Journey in the time since. And I don't mind them going back and going like, hey, look, guys, remember Journey? Because like it was so fucking good at the time. I just hope that it's more than just remember Journey, right? Because Child of Eden was, hey, guys, remember Rez? And you're like, oh, but
this isn't even as good as Rez
at all, right? And then it was like, yo, Rez Area X, and you're like, yeah, okay, we back, you know. So there's sometimes you just kind of you go for the nostalgia pull from even the same creators, and it's like that's not enough. It's not just like, hey guys, remember this thing. You've got to find more to it than the similar design cues and even the tone, you know?
Yeah, I look at Sword of the Sea, and it's like, you know what really appealed to me about Journey was that it was a completely unique thing, and it was fascinating. And I'm not fascinated by what appears to be a highly similar thing. When the uniqueness and novelty is what appealed to me, you don't have the uniqueness and novelty anymore. So I just go, oh, fucking care. Whatever, man.
Yeah. So like Journey, for example, is just visually a striking, beautiful game. Very distinct. The art style stands out, and musically, everything is happening in a way that is synced to your adventure. But alongside that, there's the novelty of what's happening in game, which is, you know, the chance to encounter a stranger and have an anonymous adventure with them, and, you know, go on this emotional trek, and then there's a payoff to that, you know. That I don't know. Obviously, you can try to do something similar to that, but the same type of thing wouldn't work again, you know?
No.
So there was something about that unexpected nature of, like, the credits roll and you go, holy shit, that was somebody? What? You know? If it wasn't obvious, because sometimes you get somebody who starts doing fucking teabagging and you're like, oh yeah, well, of course that's a person. But
and like, I was crazy about Journey. I got the white suit, the white cloak. Like, I did everything that could be done in that fucking game. I thought it was incredible. And then I'm like, looking at this, I'm like, I don't feel like doing that again, but with skateboard tricks. It's yeah, I don't get it.
So I'm kind of, I guess I'm thinking about it, and I'm wondering, you know, like, how do you mechanically surprise somebody these days, you know? Now, Journey was a game that I remember my friend told me about it, and she basically was like, wait, you haven't played this? Okay, you have to play it. Also, I can't tell you anything about it. You just need to go in cold. And then she's like, come over and play
that shit.
You know? And so she's like, come over, play this, and then I'm not going to say anything. You know, I was like, okay. And so I got it. I got it in, like, the best possible sealed vacuum, you know? But yeah, these days it also feels like you have more to overcome with that, you know? So I don't know, but in a world where you can have a res, you have a Child of Eden, and then an Area X, you can see the two paths, you know? You can have a Shadow of the Colossus, and then you can have a Last Guardian, you know?
So, like, I see in the chat, there's a really fantastic equivalent here that people are mentioning, which is Outer Wilds.
That is a great answer. That's
right?
a fantastic answer to what I just asked.
Right?
Yes.
And
fuck yeah.
I feel like Outer Wilds is a little different because so Outer Wilds is definitely novel, right? And that appealed to me. But the core of Outer Wilds was, this is the best feeling to solve a mystery ever. And then they put out a DLC, which I don't know if you've played the DLC, Wooly, or beat Outer Wilds, but the DLC for Outer Wilds is like a full sequel. It's like a whole fucking sequel.
Nice.
To Outer Wilds. And like prove that, oh yeah, they could do it again. So yeah, I would fight someone in the street to get just a more, like, literally a game called More Outer Wilds or Outer Wildser. Right? Because the mystery and the method of solving it and the feeling of discovery is what attracted to me, not the novelty.
Now, the funny part, too, is how difficult it was for that game to do that in this world where you had to come on and go, do not look at the store page for this game. Never
Don't
mind
even
people.
Look at it. Just buy
never
it.
Mind tweets. Never mind anything. Literally, the official store page, you can't look at it. You have to buy and click play without even skipping that somehow.
I think the difference here is that people who played Outer Wilds were, like, overwhelmingly cool about it. Right?
That's good. Yeah. So I as time goes on, it's gonna get harder and harder for games like that to have a fucking, amazing discoverable moment in them.
Now, luckily, 13 Sentinels will never be popular. Therefore, it will avoid this fate.
Dude,
it will never be popular.
It's George's fault. It's George's fault. If he doesn't port it to PC, if they don't port it to PC, it's 100% their fault. You're gonna port it to Switch with a lower frame rate, where people can technically then call it a PC port, but there's no actual PC port. Yeah, that's rough, man. God, so much effort for something so many people want but can't get to. Anyway, my emotional trailer for that is as best as I'm gonna tell you about it. The fucking no context, no spoilers, just me and Reggie reacting to moments as they happen emotionally.
A massive supercut of
That's upsetting. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, you can't have the ambition to make a game with a surprise and then also decide to shoot yourself in the foot like that. You have to give yourself every advantage as possible to let word of mouth spread, man. Yeah, like, imagine if, like, Hi-Fi Rush was, like, Xbone exclusive, If that was just, like, or something like that, where you just couldn't reach out to a bunch of people that are frothing to get at it.
The only thing that is, like, very good for 13 Sentinels is that PS4 onwards and Xbox One onwards, you're putting those games in that digital locker, and there's no reason to believe that backwards compatibility for your digital games will stop at any point in the future. The reason why I say this, I forgot to talk about this. Have you seen the Phil Spencer interview with Kinda Funny?
No.
That came out like a week or two ago.
Mm-mm.
It is fucking hilarious. Phil Spencer looks like the saddest, most frustrated man in the world. But the Cliff's Notes of it is that he talks about how the Xbox One generation was the worst generation anyone could have ever lost in the history of the market, because now people have digital libraries, and no matter how many good games they make, you're not going to pull somebody off of Sony when they have a bunch of PS4 and PS5 games that they're going to have backwards compatible forever, and that it's not enough to just make good games. It's not enough. He then goes on to throw like the Arcane under the bus for Redfall, and been like, really, it was the mistakes that Microsoft made was that we didn't impart to our third party collaborators or partners that certain standards are expected at Xbox, and we didn't do enough of a good job to send people over to really emphasize what kind of standards we really like at Xbox. And then says that we did a way better job of that with Starfield, because we saw Starfield earlier, and then we said that we sent people over to Bethesda to really show them what kind of standards we want at Xbox. So he accidentally lets out that when Microsoft bought Bethesda, that Starfield was like massively fucked, and that Microsoft was sending people over to their offices to tell them to get their shit together. He just looks so depressed.
That's
the whole interview.
Well, of all that bullshit, the nugget right there in the middle, though, where it's like people have existing libraries and do not want to lose them. Yeah, that's how it felt in every generation, with the physical amount that is no longer going to be with the amount of physical shit people would have with their libraries over time.
Yeah.
The digital library that has no physical limitation to it, where there's nothing to stop you from letting me keep this except for a hard drive, fuck you. Absolutely fuck you if you're telling me to throw that money down the toilet.
So it's funny because Xbox really pushed, hey guys, we're going to move your physical libraries over to your digital ones. You could sometimes use your physical library on the Xbox, but really, we're going to go online hard, and it's all going to be about your digital library. And then they made it so that nobody built their digital library on their platform. So, okay, everyone took you seriously. Everyone said, okay, I'm going to build a digital library on my console, but it's not going to be your console. So, like, let's say right now, Sony and Microsoft announced their new platforms, and the PlayStation looks like shit, and the Xbox looks pretty good. I'm still going to end up buying the PlayStation because I have like 250 fucking games that'll work on it.
Man, dude. And just that like coming from that fucking era where the response was how to trade games on PlayStation. Here you go. Wow. Look at that. Like videos like that, like just dunking on the whole digital ownership thing, like look extra ridiculous now, given that
ridiculous.
They could have handled this in a way where they took the momentum of the 360 forward, because the 360 was massive.
Was a slam dunk. It was as big as the PS2.
Right? So it's kind of interesting and funny to look at it now and go, you know, at of all three companies, everyone had a seat on the throne at some point.
Everyone had their time.
You know, Nintendo was on the throne at the beginning. Sony came in, Microsoft took it, and then gave it back, and Sony reclaimed it. But everyone had a chance at it. You know, it's wild how they just handed it away after the 360 for the dumbest reasons ever. But it's always that same thing, though. It's the dumbest, but it's so predictable, right? It's the hubris. It's we have the momentum. We are the industry leaders. We're setting the pace. People, the consumer, will follow us if we make a harsh decision, if we make something that is an anti-consumer decision, if we take something away from you, you still know that your favorite things are going to end up here because all these devs are behind us. So you're going to show up right here when we... Where'd they go?
Well, why aren't they here?
Where'd they go? Shit.
It recontextualizes like a lot of what Microsoft's been doing in the past couple of years. So you look at Game Pass and like, oh, Game Pass is like a subscription service to new games, right? Oh, that's why they pushed it so hard. They're trying to now de-emphasize having the library, and they're trying to emphasize having games as a service.
The access.
Right? Oh, you access it, and it's super cheap. You don't need to buy games. You don't need to build up a big library to have your games on Xbox. And then they ran that for a year and a half or fucking whatever, and then they come out and go, yeah, actually, Game Pass is losing a shit ton of money. And when we raised the price, everybody left. Really? When you raise the price off $1 a month, people left? Yeah, no shit, dude.
The proposition is we will give you the library that you don't have here if you subscribe. We know you've got that library. We have to fight that by giving it to you in the service.
It like Sony's PS Plus did the same thing, but way better, way earlier, where they're like, are you subscribed? Okay, here's a game. You'll keep it forever. And if you unsubscribe and then resubscribe later, you'll get it back. Oh, so you mean I have like 100 games that I got for free for Sony? As long as I keep subscribed, I'll have them forever?
And it was one by one, but over time that did accumulate. That is a... I never thought about the context of Game Pass as a...
you don't need the library.
A retaliation to the rolling digital library that PlayStation owners have, you know?
It's funny because like they actually started it. Like this was their idea.
360. I mean, my 360 still has a fuck ton of XBLA on it.
Yeah, totally.
So much money spent back in that era. It was a regular thing. And then we'd like at work, I remember we would probably talk more about XBLA games that were coming out than like disc titles. There was an era where it was just like, it was
absolutely
such a regular thing, you know? Yeah.
It's because I remember like they were like, we want to be Steam, but for the console. And then they made it so unappealing that Sony was Steam for the console by default. Like just because it wasn't like, it's like they want to be Steam and they invented the console version of the Epic Game Store. And it's like, people will fucking take anything with this. Just really, it is a sad interview in which the guy just looks fucking. They're asking him about the merger, and he's like, "Yeah, we plan to appeal the decision.
Oh my god,
we're very confident that we'll get to." And like, you're looking at him and like, you are not confident. You know that merger isn't going to happen. You just know, and like.
Jesus Christ.
And it's funny because like all the merger stuff and all the thing, every time the merger comes up, Activision goes, "We promise we'll put Call of Duty on the PlayStation. We big promise." And it's like, the only reason that's your go-to is because the plan is to take this part of people's libraries away from them and say that it will only continue here. And then nobody's gonna be like, "I desperately want to play my old Madden or Call of Duty games." No, those people chase the new one.
Every announcement for any console, like the first question is always, okay, backwards compatibility? What are we doing? Right?
Yeah, and we had some back and forth where the answer was no. And now we're at the point where the answer must be yes.
I mean, like, to think there was a time when the answer was maybe-ish, when the PS3, some of them had PS2 hardware inside, and then later that hardware was removed and there was an emulator put inside, and then later it was like, okay, never mind, but some of them will be available on PSN maybe.
Yeah.
Stop asking. Shut up. You know, like they actually sort of addressed it and then changed the SKU entirely. Fuck, man. Anyway.
And then Nintendo's still there, being themselves. Eating crayons and making a billion shizillion dollars.
Hold on a second. Be right back. Hold on.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, we got a couple things announced. That was God. We were on the first or the second.
Don't
story
worry
there.
about it.
Okay, well, let's keep moving. Phantom Blade Zero. Action
cool.
RPG looks cool. Couldn't tell what I was looking at for a while, and then
Extraordinarily gray.
Set pieces, but then the combat looked like it started opening up. So I was like, fuck yeah. Because anytime something is a little too set piecey, you're like, how much of this am I actually going to be playing? But it looks as if like the combat is not just like mash X on rails type of thing. So I'm hoping. But I took a lot of shit last time because I got confused by the various by a couple different games. So this is a there was this, and there was this was feudal China, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then there was Wolong when it was first shown off.
Right.
Then there was it Rise of the Ronin?
Yeah, that one also kind of looks similar. That's feudal Japan.
Yes, but no, but I'm trying to remember the developer.
Oh, that's Koei Tecmo.
That was Koei. Okay, and then I want to say there was one more samurai one where you were like more of a set character.
That's a little vague.
Fuck. Yeah.
Anyway, there's a lot.
Okay.
There's some Assassin's Creed shit somewhere, I'm sure, in there.
Am I thinking? I'm not thinking of Wukong. I don't think I'm thinking of Wukong. No, it's definitely not. Because I just yeah, fuck.
Move on. It doesn't matter.
All right. Fine. God, it's bothering me. All right.
I know.
So Phantom Blade Zero looks, we'll see more of that. Ghost Runner 2, the Talos Principle 2.
Yeah, sure. I don't know what that is. It's a puzzle game? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's got robots or something.
Yeah,
people seem to like that game.
Well, I just my brain said Talos Principle is another of the collection of first-person confusion, I'll call it, genre. You know, be it God, I can't even remember the names.
Are you okay? You're fucking falling apart over here. What's going on?
No. Well, because now my brain's trying to go in a different direction. But Superliminal, Portal, the one where it's what the fuck was that one called? The Beginner's Guide was kind of different, not really the same, but Stanley Parable. Thank you, Stanley Parable. Antichamber. First person puzzle confusion. Yes.
Okay, I now understand exactly what you mean by first person confusion.
Yes. That's what I'm trying to say. Mm-hmm. So I didn't play the Talos Principle, but I think it's one of those.
It is one of those.
Okay.
You open doors with puzzle thingies. The Talos Principle is one of those games is everybody talks it up. It's like, oh my god, it's incredible. And then I looked at that and I was like, man, I would hate this shit. I have to think real hard to do that. I don't want to do that. Good for you guys though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it probably was Like a Dragon Ishin was the trailer that was playing at the same event, and then
let it go.
Yeah, it's God.
You literally said action game with Samurai Man. That could be 1 million different games.
I know, but then I got roasted for not remembering the specific difference, and I was like, but there was so many.
Wooly, I've mispronounced my own name. We're idiots. So the sooner you accept it.
And then at the same time, Trek to Yuma Trek to, you know.
Wait, what? Isn't that a Western?
Not 410 to Yuma. Trek to Trek. Oh, God damn it.
You're doing it to yourself, man.
You're
thinking about Onimusha.
I'm pretty sure Trek to Yomi. Trek to Yomi. The reading the mind of the opponent. Yeah. That was another one. All right. We got to see a little bit of Neva, and then I saw Cat Quest, and I was like, "Is that a mobile game ad?" And it was like, "No, it's a Cat Quest.
It's a regular game.
It's a game. It just had very strong mobile game vibes."
It did.
How about Splatoon at home?
Oh my
Sony
God.
foam stars. What's the difference this time? The foam creates a texture that you can run up and down on. Wow.
I like
it. That's the second time now recently where I like there's because, you know, again, Nintendo will make a genre and then ignore it, and then everyone else will come on and start doing their own thing and twist it and then actually turn it into a genre. We have Splatoon at home vibes. Like, there's probably something in the gameplay that is also really, really different, but just arbitrarily so. Like, I bet you it's not like points or something. It's like there's, you know what I mean? There's probably like one major factor, just like we can't just be Splatoon, so we'll throw this other thing in there. But holy shit, is it Splatoon at home?
Fucking game, and like I was overwhelmed with the feeling of like, this makes me feel like I am looking at Art of Fighting. Like it is so blatantly stolen in its concept that I look like I'm looking at Ryo, the Karate Man.
So even before it got to the foam mechanic, we saw the faces of the characters, and I was like, "Oh, look, it's hero shooter art style." Right.
Yeah.
We're doing the thing. We're doing the post Pixar, post Fortnite, like right proportions, get that same style going. What's this gonna be? It is a team shooter, in fact, but this time it's the fucking it's the territory game again. When we saw that last game that was Gang Beasts at Home, do you remember that one?
Yeah.
Like there's a level of brazenness to it that is, you almost have to respect the hustle a little bit, because it's so blatant. It's so unbelievable. It's like we're staring at you right in the eye as we pretend we're not taking your shit. We're looking at you and we're just doing your thing, and we're taking all of it. And party animals, that's what it was, you know? And in this case, it's like, yeah, well, we're never going to get Splatoon because that's a first party exclusive. So we have to come up with something, I guess. Here you go.
I like the gimmick is that the foam can go up and down and change the layout of the map because it has weight. You're not just painting it. And look, the whole map will change as you play, and my gut says that seems like shit. I don't want the whole map to fucking change around me in a fucking shooter. I want the fucking map to be the fucking map.
We took building out of Fortnite and we made our own Splatoon game with it. Gentrify the neighborhood to win.
And the name is terrible. The name is like astonishingly fucking bad. Like
Foam stars.
Like, I'm really glad that my monthly subscription to Final Fantasy XIV could pay for this fucking game again. Something I say every year. Every fucking year I say it, and it's true.
What's the pun? Is there a pun to it? Does foam stars sound like something? Yeah.
I don't think it is a pun. I think it just kind of sucks.
Like, I feel like foam stars showing up on the credit card bill is right next to Soapland.
It really is. What's the tagline? Join the foam blasting frenzy. They might as well say, like, get frothy. Right? Like, come on.
Yeah. son, what's on my credit card bill here? You have you've been subscribing to Foam Stars, huh? No, stop it. Yeah, I anyway, I mean,
I'm glad to have seen like just a somewhat universal reaction of, oh wow, that's just Splatoon.
See, but here's the thing. If it's free, then a bunch of people that don't have Switches are going to fucking play it. So...
no, that's not true. That's not true. That means a bunch of people might play it.
Let's see.
Because it also has to be good on top of that. And Square Enix's fucking track record with fucking multiplayer shooters is bad.
They're trying. They're really trying because they know that
stop.
gas money
Just
is...
like how Capcom should stop.
But that gas money, Pat, that gas money. You gotta pay to ride, man. That
Dude,
gas money's too good.
It's so funny because Square Enix has the most successful gas in the world.
But is it theirs though? Is it really theirs?
Yeah, it literally is.
Because it feels like every time they try to go like act like it's theirs, someone smacks the shit out of them and says, "You get the fuck away from it."
Yeah.
Is it truly theirs? You know?
Well, can I ruin it? No, you can't ruin it. Then it won't make any more money.
I don't know, man. Their logo's on that shit, but I don't know if it belongs to them. I think they have to ask permission to do anything to the thing that they supposedly own. That thing maybe doesn't own to them.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
You know? My words don't make sense, but you know what I mean. You feel it. FF16, just drop a fucking Yoshi P logo on it.
So there's a tiny piece of FF16 news, and that is that there will be no day one patch. They are extraordinarily confident in the gold version, the retail release.
Okay, so bold statement.
That's cool.
They showed off a trailer for that as well. Showed off some stuff, and it's like, yep, still looks good.
Yep.
And then right around then they dropped the trailer for fucking the voxel game there. Why did that name disappear?
The voxel game?
There was the Teardown. For some reason, the name was missing there.
So Teardown rules. Teardown's a great game. It is a really, really fucking cool game. I have a question about these types of announcements. When you're talking about a game that's been out for like a long time, like a year, and you make the announcement of like, hey, it's coming to PlayStation, I expect the date to be like this month. And instead it's like coming soon.
Later this year.
And it's like, why? Why are you telling? What? Who cares? It's weird when it's a game you can go get right now.
Yeah, that was the same for the mobile game they announced too, right? There was a game that got ported over to console from mobile, and it was similarly like it's already out now. Oh Jesus Christ. Sorry. Okay, I was
You're having one of those days, huh, buddy?
So I'll tell you exactly what just happened. So I have a list of like everything that was announced, and halfway through the list, the titles of the games didn't copy over.
Oh, that's super sick.
So when I looked at the Teardown thing, it says the voxel-based video game, nothing.
Okay.
With this date next to it, and then the point right afterwards, which I was going to say about the mobile thing, said free-to-play open-world action RPG has migrated to mobile and PC. So I'm like, oh, right, it just didn't copy properly. So fuck, I'd have to go scroll back to find it. Anyways, yeah, that was all right before we got the fucking Metal Gear Delta trailer.
Okay.
And
now we got some meat to talk about.
alongside Metal Gear Delta was the Metal Gear Collection Part 1, featuring Solid 1, Solid 2, Solid 3.
Maybe I'm an
base
asshole,
versions, it seems like.
but I looked at that and I said, hey, the HD collection coming back onto PlayStation and being able to be part of our library going forward, so those games are forever, is the best thing we saw at that whole event.
Yeah.
I want a version of MGS1 that runs good and works good that I can keep forever, please. Thank you.
However, I don't know if the announcement specified that it was going to be subsistence and or if it was the baseline versions of both 2 and 3.
They said it was the HD collection version, which would mean subsistence, and they also clarified that Metal Gear 1 and 2 are part of this collection because they're in subsistence.
Okay, great.
So it is basically a port up of the HD collection.
Wonderful. Step 1 is get the games in our hands.
One includes the VR missions.
Okay. Now, is the fact that this is called Collection Volume 1 implying that Collection Volume 2 is they're going to finally port MGS4?
So at the end, they put up a picture, and at the bottom it says Volume 1, and at the bottom it has like a question mark plus symbol. So it doesn't necessarily mean MGS4. It probably means Peace Walker and
Pops
and 5 and 0. But I think it would be really cool if they got MGS4 off that goddamn unrecordable piece of shit.
Pops, Peace Walker, Acids, and 4 would be a pretty big deal, specifically because 4 needs to get pulled. 4 needs to be rescued.
I'm really looking forward to generations of people who played these games as children and remember them as those cool action games being like, why is it so political? What the fuck is this? What? What?
The same guy that just got back from the Rage Against the Machine concert, who works on Wall Street, just go and love these guys.
Since when did
geez, Zach
Rage
just
Machine so political? Oh my god!
You know. And then he has to sit down and play Street Fighter 6 using his woke controls. Yeah, man. I don't know. I think that's all great. That's all fine, right? Wonderful. Konami, just port the shit.
Good.
Leave it alone.
It really takes the sting off of any weirdness you may feel. Them going, look, we will give you the things that you want.
That's what I said at the time. It was like, yeah, so, okay, not everybody wants Y-Farm Bionic Hot Dog Man. Fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Here's Rearmed.
Yeah, oh, there you go. That's what you wanted, huh?
All right, now, no, yes, no, yes, yeah. And that's it, right? If you bring the port back so that at the very least it's not trapped, then you do the new thing and people can be like, take it or leave it, whatever. The old thing is preserved. Delta, whatever the pun is, 3 try alphabet yada.
They did actually explain what the meaning of calling it Snake Eater Delta is.
Okay.
Delta means change. It's change without removing structure. So it's different, but it's the same.
But like, what part about the Greek letter makes that implicit?
I don't know. They said that's what delta means. That's what I'm giving you. That's what I have. And also, triangles have 3 sides. So, 3.
Sure. Okay.
Dude, they're not. Kojima's not there. They're not going to have the same level of bullshit.
Yeah. No, right.
Come on.
Okay. So, am I going to have to go fucking Google the symbol every time? Is there an alt number that we're going to have to type out, or like what are we doing here? You know,
hey man, they're not gonna do this because it would be the biggest scandal ever. But could you imagine somebody arguing of like pull his name off it? Could you imagine? Not that it would happen, because it can't happen. But can you imagine having to explain to somebody that like people will try and break into the office and yell at them if they try to pull the name off?
Jesus Christ, man. I mean, it like I did see fucking Keeley in the comments just being like, who made it? Who made it?
Who made it?
Who made it? And Hideo's like, Jeff's side, you don't have to. You don't have to. And he's like,
It's funny because like his reaction to like the day that it got announced, Kojima's like eating lunch. And he just posted like a super normal whatever lunch.
Because Jeff Keighley is Hideo Kojima's anger interpreter, right?
Yeah.
Like this is what we have to understand.
I really got the feeling that it was like, I'm so over it, I'm not even going to talk about it. I'm just gonna tweet my lunch. I don't care.
So ultimately, what I talked about last time, like how are you going to go forward without him, right? So they've confirmed the voice actors are all returning.
Oh man, so that wasn't part of the announcement, and Snake didn't talk in that trailer.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, oh boy, waiting for that shoe to drop.
Mm-hmm.
And then right after, it's like, nope, all the voice actors are back. Or it's not clear if they're being just paid for their existing roles.
This is the big. That's a huge question. Are we just paying you again, or are we actually rehiring? Right? It feels like the Konami of current day, which is, again, we don't know what actual team studio its developers are working on this. It feels
since
like
Konami made video games, so who knows what's.
It feels like the undertaking to hire them to do this stuff again, one, would be way more than they're capable of doing now, and two, we would have heard rumblings from the Paul Eidings and the David Hayters and like everybody out there, right? The Quentin you would have heard rumblings of this if they were actually starting to record again, but instead you got that one fake story the other day with the recording of the Snake Eater song that was just for fun, and everyone went, "Oh shit, is that a real?" It's like, no, that was just for fun. So that the fact that there hasn't been any talk about that makes me think they're just going to pay everybody to use the old recordings.
So people are pointing out that in Japan, some of the voice actors in that game have died. So you're not rehiring them.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, man. I if I were to like bet, I'm just like, where does current game day Konami have the infrastructure to go handle that level of, like, I feel like do the homework of what already exists, use the files that are already there, make our lives a whole lot easier.
Those files were done in an age in which they should have really high master recordings of them.
At least compared to like Silent Hill.
But again, we're talking about Konami, the people who threw away Silent Hill 2.
Mm-hmm.
So who the fuck knows?
Yeah. No, Wooly doesn't understand NDA. I know nothing about NDAs.
There are NDAs right now. What are you talking about?
It's amazing. It's amazing. It's so good. It's so good. I hate to give you spotlight, but that shit is so good. Oh my God. The things I literally cannot say right now into this microphone. Seconds before we start even. But anyways. Oh, wow. All right. Yo. So, you know how in the past, every time there was a Metal Gear project or something that involved voice actors coming in to record lines, 100% of the time there would be some sort of something, every time, 100%. Every time, even if it doesn't make it to Twitter, behind the scenes, there's rumblings. Someone might talk to somebody somewhere who talks to someone else, and even if it doesn't make it up to the public forefront, we still hear things.
You know. If you know, you know.
If you don't hear anything, it makes it a little more like, I wonder if anything's actually happening. because we haven't heard anything.
Like Dan Southward fucking fucked it up like
You
years
fool.
and years before DMC5 was
Oh,
announced.
Jesus Christ, guys. We hear shit behind the scenes, and you know, when you don't, you're like, okay, well, what are they going to do? That being said,
you didn't hear nothing, right? You didn't
I
hear
heard nothing
about them.
I heard nothing.
They're not. I don't feel like they're gonna record new dialogue. I feel like something somewhere would have reached somebody.
Probably. Now, it's entirely possible that this is not the case, and this is just the tightest ship, right? Where David Hayter, who's tweeted out like, I feel sick to my stomach in response to like getting recast and, you know, coming in to do fan casts and coming in to do fan recordings, and like the guy that's constantly on it and loves the role and so on and so forth. Has nothing to say. You know, like when he's recording for Smash Brothers, the words the rumblings in the background start to happen and things like that. But, you know, it's possible. It's possible that it's just the tightest possible ship.
Oh, but, like David Hayter has nothing to say. It's almost like he didn't have to say anything and he just signed a document and then got some money. That's almost like what it feels like. It feels like all he did was his lawyer or his agent sent him something to sign and said, hey man, here's some new residuals.
Dear God, the confidence, the typing, the confidence with which, all right. So I'm curious to see if we know that like, it's like, all right, same old lines, probably gonna be like, there must be some changes somewhere, right? There's no way there's going to be no changes whatsoever. They might not keep the fucking go to Dream about playing a canceled video game demo sequence that we used to have in the past. But if they can somehow just like, I don't know, not fuck it up?
Yeah, just don't fuck it up.
Then sure.
Hey, here's my criteria. Here's my criteria for success. Ready? It's a nice upscale. They put out screenshots. The screenshots look nice, right? There's no content missing. Maybe there's some video game magazines that didn't make it in, you know, whatever, but there's nothing of note missing. Okay. And you fucking, that's like the baseline. I'll go, okay, thumbs up, fine. You want the second thumbs up? You want that second one? Put online play in a fucking subsistence.
Woof.
Put real online play in a fucking subsistence. Bro. And let me play Snake versus Guards again.
Oh, that's a tall order. That's a tall order. That is not within the spectrum of Neo Konami.
That's how you get that second thumb up.
Dude, look, I'm like Neo Konami, whatever this is, we don't know anything about them, right? Something is happening inside that studio that they started hiring talent. They have people that are going to work on video games. If there was someone being outsourced, you know, this gig, I feel like we would have heard the company name. I feel like we would have heard.
Virtuous. The name of the company they're outsourcing some of the work to is Virtuous. It is internal development and Virtuous.
Virtuous.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Yeah.
So when I hear a name like that, which obviously references Virtuous Mission, I go, is that then not just an internal studio given a name?
No, it is an existing game studio.
Oh, okay.
Virtuous Games.
Well, never mind then. I did not know.
It just happens to be.
That's wild.
Wildly on point for the pun.
Okay.
They're a support studio, so you go to their website. You see stuff for Demon Souls, New World,
Gotcha.
Crossfire, Horizon, Callisto Protocol.
Yeah, I was not familiar.
Call of Duty.
Okay.
They are hey, we need help with development studio. Please help us.
Now they handle ports or remakes.
They handle everything that you need help with.
Okay.
They are a studio of more staff.
Yeah. I remember a couple of projects calling in similar style support teams. Okay, yeah. So at the end of the day, MGS 1 through 3 preserved, 4 still trapped with implications that they might not. But yeah, it does. It would be nice if in the future, like, the whole thing can be in one place,
So these games are old now. They're from the PS2 era, maybe a little bit in the PS3, right? It is difficult to overstate to people that have not played the Metal Gear games just how many of them are fucking great. Like, all the little spin-off weird, like Acid's really good. Acid's a weird fucking spin-off, and it's really good.
If you are a fan of what Metal Gear does when you play Metal Gear Solid 1 or when you play Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, even though bad spin-offs will have stuff in there that you're like, look at this. This is goofy shit. I like it, right? I didn't play Peace Walker, but I played Pops. And while I was watching that game overstay its welcome, I was enjoying some of the dumb little lore things it was doing. I'm very, very fond of Ghost Babel, the Game Boy fucking Advance Color, rather.
Yeah, it's a good game.
Version of Metal Gear Solid that was made after the fact. Like, there's always a little something there for you, even when it's a complete filler adventure. Perhaps with the exception of Survive, which I can't, all I know about that really is the big twist ending to it. The big secret ending that reveals how and why that world exists. But yeah, no, in most, with very few exceptions, Metal Gear's they've all got something for you.
Like, I feel like there's a lot to be said for somebody who is 20 now and obviously did not play some of these games at release because they weren't born, right? And describing to them, like, did you know that, like, MGS2 came out like 2 days after 9/11 and had fucking 9/11 in it?
I was just explaining that to someone like a day or two ago. The wildness of 2000 and 2001.
Like, people want to talk about fucking predicting the fucking pandemic with fucking Death Stranding. Let's go back to MGS2 had actual 9/11 in the game and they had to take it out because 9/11 happened.
Christ. Describing the future of the internet in at the end of Sons of Liberty as well, not just the 9/11 references. And then, yeah, Kojima now apologizing for Death Stranding hitting too close to home.
I need to stop you for a second. They're not 9/11 references. They were in the game before 9/11 happened. If anything, 9/11 is a reference to MGS2.
Write it down.
This one's gonna go. This one's gonna stay.
That's good. That's good. All right.
All right.
On the flip side, just out of curiosity, as we talk about the revisiting, excuse me. Like, at the time, and Metal Gear was its comparison point was often like Splinter Cell. How would you think a Splinter Cell revisit would go?
Fucking Chaos Theory's really good. That's what I have to say about Splinter Cell.
Was that the fourth one?
It was the third one.
Third one.
Yeah, that third one's really good. And Siphon Filter.
That's not Splinter Cell.
You could taser that guy and he'd catch on fire.
Okay. Yeah.
I remember people talking about whether or not they preferred MGS1 or Siphon Filter, and they'd get really intense. And that argument looks like the stupidest discussion ever in games now, because Siphon Filter is like a fucking joke. Like whatever, whatever.
Like Metal Gear, because it's just so funny how, like, these are games, again, like I don't know a ton about like Splinter Cell, except for, you know, obviously the memes and seeing it from the outside. But
Chaos Theory is really good. That's what I'm telling you.
Right.
That is what you need to know.
But like every Metal Gear game feels like in terms of like how they age, not only do they age like insanely well given the time they come from, because they age poorly the second they come out, right, into then predicting the future and yada yada. They're also completely insane, batshit wild stories that take place in completely different settings that like have very little overlap with each other. So like, I don't know that, you know, like when I think about a Splinter Cell 1 or 2, I think of something that's probably a very similar game. Whereas when I think about each of these entries in the mainline Metal Gear series, it's like, oh yeah, no, like you're going to jump into a completely different thing if you're playing this for the first time. You're not going to be able to go, oh, I played 1 and I'm good. I get it. Let me just jump forward to, you know, like Phantom Pain and then I'll call it a day. Each of those games is so wildly fucking insanely different from each other. Not just in what the plot is covering and doing in the setting, but like what's like gameplay you're sneaking, but it's just, yeah, like I feel like you're not going to have that, like you can't really gloss over the
Splinter Cell
series
was very narrow in its focus. Splinter Cell really wanted to do like a very realistic sneaking simulator rather than like a cartoony one, and it wanted to do Tom Clancy type of storyline rather than whatever the fuck Kojima was doing. So it was like kind of grounded and, you know, War on Terror stuff, and, you know, it seemed really appropriate for its time. Whereas MGS fucking swung for the fences and was a game before its time. Like 5 times in a row.
And that's why we haven't stopped talking about it for 20 years.
Yeah.
All right. There was a survival game called Towers of Agzaba.
I don't even know. I can't even remember that.
It was a lot of desert stuff and then some tree cutting.
Sure.
Then we saw the trailer for FF16, Salvation. And then Alan Wake 2.
Man, Alan Wake 2, like, so this was, if you were playing Control's DLC, it's like the most obvious thing in the world, because Control's DLC is dealing exclusively with Alan Wake.
Yeah, that's cool. I like how these the Wakeverse or whatever is coming together. I like the oops being integrated there. And
big fan of the trailer starting with Sam Lake as a cop in the background, de-emphasized, like in shadow, and just Max Payne voicing all over the beginning of that trailer.
So is Quantum Break like directly tied?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
Cause Max Payne is implied to be like a character that is implied to be like very similar to a character that Alan Wake wrote.
And that really looked like Max Payne.
Yeah.
And
then Control deals with Alan Wake's events very directly. But I don't know of any touchy bits from Quantum Break personally.
Okay.
People are saying that Sam Lake's character from the Alan Wake 2 trailer is in Quantum Break. Okay. All right then. Fuck it.
Well, Remedyverse it is.
The important thing is that Alan Wake looks very upset that he's been trapped in the nightmare for X amount of years. And that Alan Wake is a really cool game, and I really would like more of it, please.
I wonder. I have to imagine that like, I'm not knowing like the full extent of how these threads all connect and stuff. I'm kind of wondering if it's like, is this a franchise on a corkboard where it's like threads are leading to like Control 2?
They definitely all stand by themselves, but there is connective tissue.
Yeah, and then way over here in 2030 is Endgame.
Yeah,
no.
Yeah,
okay.
And if that was the case, it would be Control 2. But shit, it's gone. Well, whatever I wanted to say, completely gone.
No problem.
Oh no, it's back. It's back. So Alan Wake came out in what I'm going to call the Twin Peaksification of video games, where all of a sudden Alan Wake and Deadly P and a bunch of other games that seem to have been like, yeah, I just watched Twin Peaks over the weekend. It's crazy. It would be really interesting to me if Alan Wake 2 is the Twin Peaks season 3ification of video games, because
Fire Walk with Me.
No, the third season, the fucking weird one, The Return, where it's just super aggressively fucking weird. I would like to see more of that. That's me.
All right.
Hey, I'm gonna piss myself. Can you excuse me for a second?
Do it. Do it now.
No, I don't want to.
Let
me get up and go.
Do it.
No, I'm gonna turn the camera off so I can piss. I'm also gonna go to the bathroom. I'm not gonna just turn.
All right. Where were
Hey,
we?
so apologies to the folks who live viewers that pee break was a little longer than I anticipated. I went over to check on the wife during the time I was going to pee, and I found her like trapped in a pregnancy belly band and like unable to get up off the couch. She had dramatically underestimated her current roundness and needed help escaping from her belly supporter. Pregnancy's fun.
Crisis averted. Everything okay?
Crisis averted.
Okay. Jesus.
I got her permission to tell y'all that before anybody. Pregnancy's just never-ending fun. It's fun. Woo.
You know what else is fun?
What else is fun, Wooly?
Assassin's Creed.
What?
I lied.
You did lie.
I've come to a conclusion, and I think I think every time I've said like that I've had franchise fatigue, I think it's actually that I'm just done. I don't know that like anything. I don't know that anything could really get me to want to play Assassin's Creed again.
Franchise fatigue cannot be used to describe Assassin's Creed, because I watched that trailer. I think it's for Mirage, and I was staring at it. I'm like, this is indistinguishable from any random pick from like 10 years ago.
But I think that was the point. I think the point with Mirage is return to the Middle East.
That's a bad idea.
Return to what we remember of the original setting. Return to
bad idea.
Altair.
You did too many of those.
But you know, and I think they're trying to they're probably going to play, like, if I'm not mistaken, there was an interview where they showed the first picture of it where they were like, yeah, you guys have been asking for it, and so we're finally doing it. We're going back.
No one has ever asked for that. No one.
You know?
That is like, not real. People have been asking for 4 things for the entirety of Assassin's Creed's lifetime. They want a modern day one, they want one in Japan, they want one in China, and they want one in India. That's the things. That's like,
so the side scroller adventures, obviously, you know, like that, we were like, oh, is that going to count? And no, that doesn't really count. I would raise my eyebrow and take a look and see what was going on with the if they went to Japan or China as a setting. Certainly, modern day. Okay, but here's the problem though. Wait, I just remembered. I used to think I wanted modern day, but then Watch Dogs came out. And I was like, never mind, I don't want it anymore.
You know what? Okay, so I want to say it was Sterling who talked about this like 8 years ago. And they described that if Far Cry 4 had come out in a world in which we had 8 less Assassin's Creed games, it could have had a shot at Game of the Year. But we did live in a world that had 10 Assassin's Creed games. If you just went back and like retroactively removed like every other Assassin's Creed game, all of them would be like beloved, right? But instead, every time one of them's pretty good, it's drowned in the fact that you played that game almost exactly as is 1 year ago. And the year before that. And the year before that.
The annualization.
And Watch Dogs is like the tipping point for that, because everybody had that exact thing happen to them. Where you played Watch Dogs and you're like, oh, this is literally Assassin's Creed in modern day. It's literally just another Assassin's Creed game, but it's modern day. and I'm so fucking like I don't even
Thank
know.
you for scratching the itch that I didn't even fucking know was there, but now it turns out I didn't want you to scratch it.
I
Leave it
can't
alone.
even look at Watch Dogs 1 and 2. I don't know if they're good or bad. I genuinely don't know, because I played them and I was like, this is just the same fucking thing again.
Okay,
I can't even tell.
You reported in that Odyssey, Valhalla, and the other new one, whatever, Origin, yeah, I agree. Egypt, Greece, the Vikings. Though that the new version of things was like you were having fun with those, right?
Yeah,
like, things were different. It was a different style trilogy.
Yeah, and Origins was pretty good, but it was way, way, way too long, to the point where I was already tired of it by the time the Greek one came out. And then the Greek one was even fucking longer. And then by the time the Viking one came out, I was exhausted of the whole fucking idea. The games are so big. They're like 3 different games in one thing, but they come out every fucking year. It's like, I saw somebody say Pat is exaggerating how many Assassin's Creed games come out. I think I am. Because when Assassin's Creed Origins came out, that was like 4 games too long.
Yeah.
So when I played Assassin's Creed Mediterranean Greek thing, I felt I was already playing Assassin's Creed Origins 6.
So I had a moment some years ago when we were talking about it was after Black Flag, and then we were talking about Unity, and then I want to say Freedom's Cry or something like that. And it was like, and I was like, oh yeah, that would be like Assassin's Creed like 6 or 7. And then it turned out the game I was talking about was Assassin's Creed 12.
Okay, I'm just gonna go down the goddamn list.
I had a moment where I thought I was talking about part 7, and it turned out I was talking about part 12, and I went, all right, here we go. Jesus.
Here we go. We're gonna go now. From 2007 to 2023 is 16 years. Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, which is Assassin's Creed 3, Assassin's Creed Revelations 4, Assassin's Creed 3, which is 5, Assassin's Creed 4, which is 6, Rogue, which is 7, Unity, which is 8, Syndicate, which is 9, Origins is 10, Odyssey is 11, fucking Valhalla is 12, Mirage is 13, and this list skipped over some games.
Portable games are all missing from that. Side-scrolling games are all missing from that.
So we're up to like 17, 18, 19 easy.
Yeah.
That is almost, that's like 1.3 a year.
Yeah. I like, that's there because there was always the spin-off, the side, you know. I don't
like, it's more than one a year. It is way more than one a year.
So that's it. I'm like, I watched the trailer and I was like, no, it's not fatigue. It's like I quit. I retire. I don't need more bench time. I think I'm just out. Who knows what the future holds, right? You'd have to sway me over with something that catches me way off guard. I had no idea how much I thought sailing was cool until I experienced the first version of it in 3 and then Black Flag, right? Because Black Flag perfected
now Skull and Bones, by the way, no progress has been made in the last 6 months.
Zero happening ever on that. Nothing, no one, nothing. Except for the weird Singapore incentive nonsense structure or whatever that was.
I have to imagine there's a timer on that before Singapore just sues the company. I played and liked the sailing in 3, and then they perfected it in Black Flag, and I was like taken completely out of the blue by how much I enjoyed that, and I didn't expect to. I think I would have to be brought on something like that, where I'm like, oh shit, I had no idea this was coming, but here we are. Yeah, no, and like I thought Assassin's Creed Mirage was like a dumb remake of the first game, and they're like, no, it's a new one, and I'm like, boy, I'm further out than I thought I was looking at that Assassin's Creed trailer. I'm like, wow, I don't even feel an emotion. I don't even feel disappointment. I'm feeling nothing. Wow.
It's kind of nuts because I feel as if like they could have switched it back to Prince of Persia and like let AssCreed rest for a minute. And you know what I mean? And they could have just dropped a couple pop games in some kind of new trilogy or whatever, and then run the clock out on that. And then eventually they go like, hey, look, we're returning. And everyone would be like, oh, okay, all right, maybe, you know. But instead they went, nah, fuck it, keep it going. You know,
I also
this time we're going to turn it around.
Before we move too far away, I also want to point out that all the modern Far Cry games are also Assassin's Creed games, and so is Watch Dogs 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
They're
in formula.
They're all the same fucking. They're all the same game.
In formula.
Ubisoft made the same game like 30 times in the past 15 years.
Yeah, and I suppose Watch Dogs was the attempt to create a new franchise after AssCreed to like,
yeah,
you know, to move into, right? Like to expand the concept, because Far Cry is still first person and ultimately has its own thing. But Watch Dogs could have been a weird torch pass of sorts. But
I should point out, I forgot something. Are you familiar with the racing game The Crew?
Yeah.
Yeah, you also need to climb towers in that game to unlock the map.
Okay.
With your car.
I just like every time I think about The Crew, I think about Lana yelling at me.
Yeah.
Like that's all I can. All right.
Yeah, just wow. If like can't care. Can't. And it sucks because I used to be proud. I used to be vicariously proud that I lived in the city that invented Assassin's Creed. Because wow, what a slam dunk! What a great series.
A huge fan. I was super hype on it. I talked about it a lot.
Yeah. I was like theory crafting what the next game could
where they're gonna go.
The visions.
Mm-hmm. I was like, man, remember? Oh shit! The comics went into here's a Templar that was like gonna be the Cross. It was David or Daniel Cross or whatever. It was like the anti Ezio or anyway, whatever. All right. So yeah, no, I
remember when you played as a sperm. I remember.
Yeah,
that was cool.
I thought that I just needed some time on the bench away from AssCreed, but it turns out that was a mirage. I don't think I'm ever. I don't know if I'm ever coming back.
No, it's gone.
Okay.
Like it says a lot that like two people like you and I who were like way into it and played a bunch of those games, they announced Assassin's Creed Japan and you were like, yeah, okay, fine. Like if that had happened 10 years ago, we would have shit.
Did they announce that?
Yeah, that got announced. That's real.
Okay.
Don't even remember that. Wait, that's my fucking point. Yeah, perfect.
Man. Well, anyway, they got my attention when I saw May from Night in the Woods show up, and I was like, "What?" And then
but it's different. It's not that at all.
No, it was just a cat. But that cat had May's face.
Stupid cat.
But they got my attention though. They knew what they were doing. You see that cat, and you're like, "What the fuck? What you up to?" Right? Like I want to say, I saw Kuroneko somewhere, and I was like,
Wooly,
"What you up to over there?"
We need to go back for a second.
Why?
So I listed off the fucking 13 Assassin's Creed games.
Yeah.
Okay, here's 4 compilations: Ezio, Anthology, Heritage, and Americas. Here's 1, 2, 6 remasters: Liberation, Ezio, Rogue, 3 Liberation, Rebels. And here's the spin-offs: Mobile, Altier's Chronicles, Twitter Assassination Experience, Assassin's Creed 2 Mobile, Assassin's Creed Bloodlines, Assassin's Creed 2 Discovery, Assassin's Creed 2 Multiplayer, Project Legacy, Brotherhood, Revelations, Multiplayer, Rearmed. These are all mobile. Recollection, 3 Liberation, 3 Mobile, Pirates, Memories, Chronicles, China, India, Russia, Identity, Crimson Sunset, Leaderboard Update, Black Flag Update, Movie Update, Arno's Chronicles, The Tower, Rebellion,
Stop.
Rerunners.
Stop. You can stop. You can stop.
There are like 45 fucking entries on this list.
Oh God.
And there's animated film, there's the comics.
Dude, I remember when I was working next to a dude who was the world's biggest Dynasty Warriors fan, and he's like, I love them, I play them all, they're the best. And I was like, all of them? And he's like, all of them. And we had nothing better to do because it was post-lunch, pre-5 o'clock. So I pulled up that wiki list and I went, Dynasty Warriors 1. And he's like, yep, awesome. 2, oh yeah. 3, and we just went. And every single one of them. And then we hit the break point. And then we switched over to when they added the extra word in the title. Legends 1, where the numbers just restarted somewhere in the middle of it. And I was like, but wait, what? And it was like, and it took the rest of that day until we fucking signed out. And like, I couldn't believe how long that list was, because I feel like I had only been hearing about them for, a handful, like maybe like 3 or 4 like big ones that everyone loved. And it turned out that there were more of them than there were Madden games.
Yeah, I just scrolled down far enough down this list. There's 13 different Assassin's Creed board games.
Yeah, sure, man. Yeah, why not? There's also a podcast. You should check it out.
Yeah. Oh, I heard.
Anyways, Revenant Hill is the next game from the Night in the Woods folks, and it seems like
there's skeletons in it. I say a skeleton.
There's humans actually this time around. So that's cool. I like Night in the Woods, and I'm down for more of that. We had a little fucking hippie ass adventure with some fucking hot topic animals. There was cringing. There was music. Yeah. Grand Blue one more time. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink had a new trailer, and I'm like, yeah, just fucking just release the fucking game already. Like,
nah, I don't wanna.
Like I just okay, we know. Yes, the action. The stuff, the combos, they're cool combos. There's Vasaraga. Oh, shit. It's Gran. Dear
and
God.
And Blue. His sidekick Blue.
Nope, not Blue. We've been over this. It's actually Jita.
I mean, no, I mean the girl. The girl with the hair.
But Jita
she's Blue. Her name is Blue.
No, but Jita is named Jita because her syllables are saying Grand Blue Fantasy, Taji, Jita.
Yeah.
So yeah, we get it. So
let's see how good a game that Platinum got kicked off of can be. I bet it'll be fine, actually.
They scraped the logos. They got that fucking metal thing that you take to the bottom of the...
burned the shape of the logo off. Get out of here. Get off.
Oh, man. Boy. Power washing porn.
Speaking of. fucking Power Wash Simulator coming to 40K. This was not part of the Sony thing.
Sure.
That was part of a different thing.
Yeah, that's a brilliant game concept, really. Just you can power wash any setting anywhere for any reason.
Power wash anything.
And tons of games are super down to have an advertisement for their product be power washed.
Super good idea.
Great. All the way to the bank, those guys. Good stuff. Street Fighter 6 trailer dropped. And
it had Street Fighter 6 stuff in it.
It sure did. I haven't read the latest issues, but I've been getting the cliff notes of how Ken going further down the crypto nightmare is now also the reason why Luke's face is scarred.
Shut up. What?
Ken is the one who scarred Luke. Like, asshole fallen hobo Ken is actually just wilding out right now. And Mel kind of hates him.
Oh, this rules.
He's losing control. It's kind of it's exactly what everyone thought and then some. The marriage might not be dissolved, but dear God, is he losing himself, man? It's crazy. He was set up. Oh no.
Yeah, he was set up by JP, man.
It was all a setup.
Yeah, man.
And JP's name keeps changing too. Like, it might not stand for Johan Petrovich.
JP's whispering about apes in his fucking ear.
Oh shit.
There's the front of the comic where like Luke and Ryu are like holding hands and Ken's in the far background looking super pissed about it. It's super funny.
I mean, look, man, when you're gallivanting around the world, becoming a martial artist while the Masters Foundation is doing its business, and then you come and take over, turns out you might not know what the fuck you're doing. Turns out you were missing out on that expertise, you know?
I think the argument between Ken and Ryu has always been, are you stronger if you have something to protect, or are you stronger if you don't? And the answer is, you're stronger if you learn how to do your fucking job, Ken.
So like I think that, like, by sheer omission of data, we've always kind of thought of the Masters Foundation as untouchably successful.
Yeah. And it was. Right up until Ken got a hold of it.
Because right now, what do we know about the Garcia concern? They're great. They're killing it. Robert Garcia's company is doing wonderful. The Howard Connection, up to some crimes, no good. Had to hide a couple bodies, including that of the CEO.
Still make a lot of money, though.
Right. The Mishima Zaibatsu kind of killed the world.
Can't lose money. No matter what it does, somehow always rich.
Conversely, G Corp also not great.
Yeah.
Right? All across the board, the tech-end companies have been like, ooh, those guys are kind of, they're just gonna kill everybody. So they're stonks are down on them. But we thought the Masters Foundation and the Garcia concern, at the very least, were like, oh, well, here these two companies are on the up and up. Turns out, all trash, So we have to just wait to find out what Robert fucks up in the near future. Maybe he'll buy Twitter. I don't know. But as it stands, Wayne Tech has been through its fair share of foibles, as has Stark Industries. This is true. Speedwagon is untouchable.
Foundation is able to keep like an immense amount of wealth up for like 100 years, despite constantly dealing with magic ghosts. Like, what do you mean? Where 15% of the company's profits go to fighting? What is this? Is this fucking ghosts? Are these even real?
I mean, at least 1% of that is just keeping the lights on, shining on the fucking corpse of a vampire that cannot be allowed back into sunlight.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Masters Foundation, tough times.
I just can't even explain how tickled I am that Ken ran the company into the ground instantly. like
I mean, it wasn't instantly because there was a time jump, but
yeah,
like,
sure, but like,
but effectively instantly. Like, yeah, no, for sure. You know, like the moment we had to peer past Third Strike to see what was going on, you know.
Third Strike doesn't mention that the company is on the way out.
No, it just mentions that Mel punches Ken in the balls and Ken teaches
so
Sean,
like,
and that's it.
What do you mean Ken got rid of the verification badge? Why would he?
Also, in the artwork for like story mode on the main menu there, like he also just looks like a little gremlin. Like he's kind of in this weird pose where his head is a little too big and his fist is almost a little too small, and it's a pose for the model. And everyone else looks more or less fine, but Ken on that screen is kind of just like, and he's looking up like, and it's just it's weird. I don't know, man. I don't know if Ken can be saved at this point.
I am so in love with like actual decades of Ryu. Why don't you buy some shoes, you fucking loser? Come on, I'm rich. Leading into, I have destroyed my company. I am on the run. And Ryu's just hanging out next to his waterfall. He got a little new coat.
Allow me to reiterate and underline. I have not read issues 2 or 3 of the comic. Yeah, I am simply talking about the panels that were tweeted in our direction about the funny random shit that we saw, and talking bullshit and having a laugh about that. I have no actual idea the contents of issues 2 and 3. I'm sorry if that offends you. I have no idea. Okay? Are we cool?
We're cool all right.
Now. We saw a trailer for Ultros, which is the Metroidvania game that was super bright and like guacamole kind of colorful.
Yeah, it threw me really bad because all I could think about was that goddamn octopus.
Yeah, that makes sense. Singing opera, fucking around, you know.
Yeah, it was cool. It was really cool.
But no, this looks great. Looks really just like I appreciate just an acid trippy kind of color, and don't know much else about it, but the visuals have me interested. Coming out on PS4, PS5, PC. Tower of Fantasy is the mobile game that then, they showed off the console port of that. God, I feel like 13 Sentinels is going to get a mobile port before it hits PC.
Oh, it will. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
It'll be a shitty mobile port, too. It will be bad.
Five Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2. Sure.
Sure.
The PSVR 2 section in general, actually, as we go over it, they kind of just, went through a bunch of stuff. And I think I kind of realized as we're going through it, I'm like, yeah, I guess the right way to sell VR is to just show a bunch of FPSs. But, like, it's going to, like, the same novelty that someone who hasn't tried VR yet is going to get sold on is also like, I'm infinitely interested in anything more going on.
Oh yeah. When I was watching that, I'm like, man, it really makes me want to get VR by showing me the same 3 or 4 games that I didn't buy yet because I don't care. And
look, Synapse looked pretty stylish, right? That was the one that was like very dark and with bright highlight colors and had a little bit of like super hottish things going on. It seemed like a very pretty sort of thing, a very stylish version of the VR FPS that we're going to be getting over and over and over again. But yeah, man. Yeah, it's just kind of like, okay, yep, VR2, come buy this again. Why?
It's the same thing again.
Well, maybe not then.
Hey, Wooly, shut up. I have something new for you to buy. A completely new product from PlayStation that'll blow your fucking socks off.
Let's go.
That's right. A fucking DualSense with a screen in it that you can only play your games by remote home Wi-Fi.
Okay, hold on. Because that's the big finale, right?
I've been waiting all day.
I know. Fine. They showed off RE4 VR.
Yeah, whatever.
You got the parries in there. That's cool.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
Yeah. No, Marathon. Marathon showed up, and Marathon, the trailer for that looked really cool and visually interesting. I don't know enough about Marathon Durandal, but I know that like back in the day, it was a Doom-like, and then it kind of appeared like similar in style, but it was always like there was like a little more complicated than Doom, I think is.
Don't worry, Wooly. I got you on this. I watched Mandalore's videos on Marathon, so I know all about it.
Okay.
They are like Doom likes, but they have very complex level layouts.
Right. And then and objectives would get a little more complex as well.
And it had a really crazy piece together story.
And so the trailer for this is like a bright, cool setting, cool music stuff's going on, and it's like, they're going back to Marathon. Really?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And like, okay, post Destiny, Bungie, post Halo, they're going to actually resurrect an old franchise and just walk right into what has since been confirmed to be an Escape from Tarkov style live service loot extraction shooter.
Hey, I want to describe how this happened on my stream. It came up and I'm like, Bungie fucking sucks now. And I don't trust them to make anything worth shit. Boo, Pat, you're a hater. I love Marathon. Hey guys, it's a fucking Escape from Tarkov clone and will not have a single player mode. No, I'm dying. Hey, guess what? Yeah, Bungie fucking sucks now and won't make the thing you want.
That's, again, we are reminded of just at least they did port Durandal a while ago, I guess. But the whole thing where you offer the condolence, in their time of need, you offer an egg to just say, hey, here's the old one, here's your Metal Gear, just in case you hate the new thing.
Yeah.
That's rough.
And also people are like, well, Bungie's good at making multiplayer games. They made those good Halo games. I'm like, yeah, they also made Destiny 2's PvP. So and they're making that right now. So enjoy that mentality.
Conceptually, that trailer looked fucking sick,
Yeah, totally. Looked very cool.
If that was going to become like, hey, we're gonna do to Marathon what Doom did to Doom, or anything classic got rebooted as, but rip.
I can't I use this very specific example that will only matter to people who have played Destiny. But like the same people who allowed One-Eyed Mask to exist uncontested in a multiplayer game for years are making a new multiplayer only game. So get ready for that.
Yeah. Anyway, and then we saw Beat Saber, and then we saw that Destiny, and then we saw Concord, Dragon's Dogma. Fucking
2
Back from the Dead. Dragon's Dogma 2
from the Dead? They announced that they were making 2 a while ago. It was a big deal. It was very similar to the We Do It. All they had was the logo, though.
Well, then my mistake. I forgot the logo announcement.
What's interesting about Dragon's Dogma 2 being shown off is that, boy, this astonishingly looks like Dragon's Dogma, but finished.
Really? Is it that kind of thing?
Hey, look, remember those lion guys that got cut from Dragon's Dogma 1? Here they are! And so on and so forth.
Guys, didn't play Dragon's Dogma 1, didn't play Dark Arisen, t-shirt reveal moment, not super present in my brain. It's not a thing I think about. Sorry. It
really does look like the sequel is just we finished the first game.
Cool.
But it's a new game.
I mean, considering how much praise you were given Dark Arisen back then, assuming this is and that was just an expansion, right? It was like a small.
Dark Arisen was like a Capcom style re-release that had more stuff on it.
So taking that momentum and going into a full new thing, probably very promising. That's dope.
I hope they put the classes in that were from Dragon's Dogma Online, which are really cool, actually. And that game's super cool and never came out here and never will.
Yeah, and then we got to see the PlayStation Cube and the PlayStation earbuds, and immediately I went, why would you just announce a lag controller straight to my face? What is the point of this? What could possibly be okay, so step one, you take a fucking guess at the life of the batteries on
it's 2.5 hours. It's 2.5 hours.
I thought it was 4. I thought I heard 4, but that's amazing.
I'm gonna go. People are saying 4. People are saying 3. I
heard 4 hours.
Okay, whatever. I'm gonna hold. Hey, I'm holding up a DualSense controller. Hey, it's a fun controller. I like it. It feels comfortable in my hands. You know what is the worst part about this controller? It's durability. I have to replace these. D-pad stops working.
Sucks.
Grip gets too bad.
Shoulder buttons fuck up.
Every 6 months.
Sucks.
Right? Oh, you know what would be great? You know what would be sick? If replacing that also included the cost of a fucking screen the size of a phone.
So there's that. First of all, right? Instead of perfecting the controller durability, we're going to actually make it worse. There's that. And then there's the simple thing that is, the PlayStation streaming feature
sucks. It's terrible.
That I've used is fucking garbage.
It's terrible. It's an awful feature.
When I was talking about it, comparing it to the likes of like Stadia and Luna, because the cloud service lag input feedback you get on those systems is super comparable to the lag that I get at home streaming from one Sony console to another, pressing jump, right? Like, it felt that bad. It's a super notable lag setup, and I'm like going wired, for fucking Christ's sake, right? So selling a feature around this without announcing an overhaul to that system is baffling to me.
Well, the reason why that's a problem is because the PlayStation 5's network card is shit. So when it's outputting data, it can't output at high speeds.
Sure. Go ahead.
I had friends, like I was taught, we were laughing about it, and like, oh my God, they're going after the Switch. I think that's what Reggie said. They're going after the Switch, right? Mm-hmm. And my friends were like, oh, the fucking PS5 Switch, that looks so bad. I'm like, that is not the PS5 Switch. I can leave my house with my Switch. That is a shittier PS5 Wii U gamepad.
So no, what that is. Because then after Reggie said it's the Switch, and I said no, and then some people came over and saying it's the Wii U gamepad, and I think they were echoing what you were saying.
That's probably what.
That's probably why a bunch of people showed up going, "It's the Wii U, it's the Wii U." No, it's not the Wii U, because the Wii U tablet, at the very least, was a fifth screen. Or rather, it was a second screen that could be different and asymmetrical from the screen in front of you. So you could give the tablet to somebody to play a role in a game that was different from what was happening on the scran. Yeah. You're not doing that here.
The reason why I said that is because the Wii U gamepad, you could play some games on it, like within your house, right? But it worked pretty well because it had some kind of dedicated, like, video streaming chip. Like, that part of the Wii U gamepad was not bad. Right, the part where I could move around my house with it.
Yeah.
That's going to be the worst part of the Sony one, is that it's going to just perform like shit. Worthless.
Like, there's no announcement to an overhaul or anything about their streaming service, home streaming service whatsoever. And I hold my finger up every time, because I have to say, and I have to remind everybody, Parsec exists, and I use it every day. And there is a good version of this that we can look to. So it's not like, fuck this entire concept. It can never be good, right? The moment someone paying attention decides to deliver something comparable to Parsec, the product will be good. This I will always underline it. Be it cloud, be it home streaming, whatever the fuck you do. If you deliver something that is involving or delivering the same type of way Parsec is doing it, it'll be fine. But until you confirm that, it's worthless. It's complete shit.
I need to give a shout out to one Lance McDonald, smart person, inventor of the Bloodborne 60 FPS patch at ManFightDragon, who summed up this announcement perfectly. He posted a photo of this abomination with the text, "Cool new innovation fresh from the fucking idiot factory."
Man.
Like
yeah.
the absolute stupidest fucking thing I've seen in a long time.
Apologies to anybody that thought they were getting a new Vita / PSP / Sony was re-entering the handheld market moment, you know.
It's so funny because I'm looking at this thing. This is where those Vita or PSP sequel rumors were coming from. Somebody saw this fucking thing, and like, wow, it's like 100
Steam
times
Deck
shittier
is
than
out
that.
now, right? So yeah, it's just not fucking even.
Dude, someone in the chat just asked the perfect question. Would it still be stupid if it only cost $99? Dude, that's what the controller costs.
Oh, shit.
Like, this thing's going to cost like $160. It's like...
Just project your mind. Astral project yourself into the future. Jump inside the body of you playing a game and then hitting that R button when the resistance goes up like it does for Returnal, and then realizing that your R button broke.
Yeah.
And it's attached to the fucking screen, and the same problem that I had with a bunch of DualSenses is happening here too, except now it's the whole fucking thing.
I had an elastic band.
Like that. Oh, that.
Like the internal.
Oh,
I had the internal
no.
rubber grommet or whatever the fuck it is that makes the trigger go snap on one of these things last year. I've never had a controller trigger snap ever in any other thing. I love these things. They're my favorite controller. They make my hands the most comfortable. They break. Why would you sell people one that had a screen in it? This thing's going to come out at like fucking $200, and you're going to be like, why won't I just spend $50 more and get a full Switch?
You know, when they announced that new fucking DualSense, and you're just like, just make it durable, guys. You have the best controller right now. Just make it durable. And nope. So I got to go talk about the fucking Victrix, the BFG. I got to go talk. You know, yeah. I still got to keep talking elsewhere because you're just like, well, who's gonna, you know, come to love this controller, and then, you know, how often you're gonna buy it and replace it and so on. And back in the day, I didn't fucking. I mean, at least now I can like business expense that shit, and it's not that bad. Back in the day, it was like I can't fucking. Like, I buy a game or a controller. Which one am I? Okay, fuck this. I'm just going to get the game and I'll deal with the wobbly stick. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. Anyways, hey, look. Fucking Miles versus Peter coming soon.
Yeah, that was a great Spider-Man trailer. Fantastic. It looks cool. I like the part where I got to play as both Spider-Mans.
I like that
One's
too.
icky, gross Spider-Man, and the other is cool Spider-Man.
I really hope that the Taskmaster battles are a setup preview / like teaser for what the actual Miles versus Peter battle will look like. I hope that it'll be taking place over the map on the overworld, and it'll be building to building insane fucking sick shit. And then yes, if Shocker is in the game, of course, they need to do the right thing.
So he sounds like the animated Spidey screaming
Yuri
like,
when he's getting mad. He's like, oh, like he's doing the little
like
growl.
Taking inspiration from that shit.
I'll chase you to the ends of the earth.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you right now what I think that battle is going to be. First of all, that's going to be the climax of the game. Maybe not the end, but it's going to be cool.
I thought so too. I called it out real early in the trailer, and then the amount of setup for it was like, oh no, that's going to be Act 2.
Okay, sure. Here's how I think it's going to work. You're going to play as Peter first, and you're going to beat on Miles super hard, and then the fucking button prompt that says switch to Miles is going to come up with the square prompt. and then you are going to switch to Miles and finish off the boss fight in reverse against Pete.
That'd be fucking hot. Absolutely. I'm down with that. I'm also guessing that the Venom stings will be the thing that lets him get the upper hand.
Oh yeah, like I mean, I'm not the biggest Spider-Man fan, but isn't like Miles with electricity like a fucking hard counter to symbiote shit?
Yeah, no, Miles, like in terms of just his actual latent inherent abilities, has way more shit than Peter did, and will be able to, in theory, fuck up the symbiote. I wonder what the naming convention will be if they actually introduce Venom. You know,
I think Venom is like a absolute, like, come on.
Seems like it has to happen, right? And that's gonna be that would be the next villain. So we've got Kraven set up. You've got teasing of Goblin and what were we watching? Lizard, you know. So you got to get Venom coming in for your climax, most likely as teased, and then. Like, maybe they can also do the whole, like, let's grab a fucking jobber forgettable one and give him the glow up, you know, like the spot. Everyone's calling for the wall. So that could be a thing. It would be a good time to morb, but I hope
it would be a great time to morb.
It would be a good time. It'd be a great time to morb. But like, I think we can get one of those D-listers in there and give him the glow up, you know? But yeah, man, fucking.
What do you think the possibility
about
of
Spider-Man
Carnage
2?
being in this game is?
Oh, I don't want it. It can be, but it's then you're doing the same mistake they made with the movies, right? Then you're running into the exact same mistake as fucking Toby 3, where you're like, oh, just shove it all in there. Everyone's been waiting for it. Give them what they want. Show them all the stuff. No, man, we don't even know what Venom is gonna look like, much less. Give it a fucking second. Jesus. If they did, it would be the worst rushed shit ever. You know, let Kraven have some time. You know, let fucking Lizard have his time. And then if you're going to do a Venom thing, it ties in because we've introduced the symbiote and angry Peter. So, like, fine. But you can't go fucking Cassidy right away, man.
Okay, you know what I can see? I can see Cassidy being in the game.
Yeah, as a character behind bars, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, easy. You can cut to him being a person. No problem with that. But this fucking gimme it all now, make 8 villains appear in the same game shit, people need to fucking recognize already how bad of an idea that is.
There has to be at least 6 villains in this one because there were 6 in the last one.
Oh, God.
Like, you cannot get through a Spider-Man game that's of this scale without a Sinister Six equivalent.
Yeah.
Do not get Paul in the game. Fuck that.
Looks good. Anyways, that's pretty much it. There's those earbuds, but like,
oh, who gives a shit? Yeah. Both of our reactions are the two emotions you could have felt.
All right, let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com.
Maybe Spider-Man the cat will jump in at the final battle.
Spider Meow or whatever his name is,
and fucking be the one that puts the Miles over the edge, you know? We got one coming in from Jeremy who says, hey, downright Wooly and 720 Pat. Perfect meta is impossible, but should we prioritize a fun one instead? I was a little late to jump off Overwatch 2. All of Blizzard's bullshit aside, they had a chat a while back and it stuck with me. In the chat, they were discussing the state of the meta, and the general feeling was that the game is better when it's in a place where Reinhardt is in the meta. This player sentiment was generally in line with the statement, and Reinhardt usually made matches more fun. This had me thinking, should there be a priority to make characters that are fun to play as and against more relevant? Should the more annoying, oppressive characters be adjusted to retain players like Morrigan in late Marvel 3? I do understand fun is subjective, but what are your thoughts on this? Interesting question.
So I'm going to very quickly fly through this because I have too much to say. Somebody asked me a variation of this question on my bolt gun stream, and I went on for almost an hour and a half on the subject, including pulling up, like, I stopped the stream to go over to Core A Gaming's video on why buffs are better than nerfs.
Yep, that's a good pull.
And went on and on and on.
Mm-hmm.
And most of that discussion in that time, because I was playing a shooter, was about Destiny. But like the fun, like, your game being fun is the most important thing, not balance. The best example I think Gerald has ever made in any of his videos is that Street Fighter 1 is perfectly balanced, because you guys are forced to pick the same character, and Street Fighter 1 fucking sucks ass and is a piece of shit. Like, fun games with fun characters are more fun than games with perfect balance. Every game I can think of that has ever chased the 5-5 utopia or perfect balance has nerfed their game into shit.
So the other thing about when it comes to annoying, oppressive characters and such, right? Like, there's a way to handle that. And a lot of the time, like, I'm of course going to fighting games with this, but like, I think about how there's characters that can be fun to fight against and lose against, and have a system where the crowd and you are rooting for them. When you fight Phoenix Wright in Marvel 3, you're like, happy. Oh, I'm gonna beat him, but I'm mad that he didn't get into turnabout mode, right? Mm-hmm. That's an ideal type of thing that is like, that's a cool feeling to have all around the board. Everyone loves that idea.
Somebody, a guy who beat me up during the beta, Abare in the chat, points out that Guile versus Ryu is not the 5-5 balance utopia that you want. Right? Like, is Guile Ryu, is that core Street Fighter? Yeah. Is that really boring to watch as the final over and over again? Yeah, it sure is.
And that person's name is Abare, for anyone who knows the term. That's interesting, right? Like, wake up pressing wild buttons to steal a turn. The idea of exactly that, like the game where it is not as fun to watch, but it is more balanced.
Fair.
But it's the death knell of the game, unfortunately. It's just going to be like, people are not going to stick around for that. What you kind of need to do and should do in a lot of cases, and most games that aim to like strive to hit this, is offer the variety, right? You offer characters that have little moments of that, and you want to show off stuff where essentially people who like play fighting games and are like, yo, I want to see what kind of character to play as. People look for different things. Some people will see a grappler grab you and fuck you up and your life bar melts and they'll go, ooh, right? But someone else will see, like in the Project L footage, a moment where a character rewinds time, uncrosses up behind you, and you're like, wait, he hit him on Witsa? Oh, that's dirty. And everyone goes, oh my God, that's so sick. And then it's like, that looked unfair, but the person who's looking for that type of like dirty mix is going to want that style of gameplay, People will do shit like that and then go like, all right, well, because you can do that, you can do a little less damage, yada, yada. But you want to always prioritize people having fun playing and watching it. Always, always, always. Any games that are more even-handed and then like competitively people are playing it and winning money and that's all there. Like, those games are not going to last. The spectacle part does matter. And I would say that you're talking about Core A with that. Another fantastic example of exactly this subject was covered by Leon Massey, who put out a video called A Tale of Two Top Tiers. That was talking about the difference between Meta Knight and what Meta Knight did to Brawl versus what Fox did to Melee. And the exact nature of how both of those characters, they're busted in their games, but the way that they're busted led to Meta Knight killing off Brawl, while Melee continued to be the persistent, love it or hate it, it will not die, people fucking stand by this thing game that it is today, because the nature of how Fox played and the tools that he had and the things people were doing with it brought up the game around him competitively. And Meta Knight just shoved it down, squashed it, and made it so that there was nothing else to do if you were not already Meta Knight. The discussion about should I ban this character or not already shows you're off on the wrong foot, you know?
Yeah, the only time that I think characters should be like aggressively nerfed is when they're shutting down the game around them. Is when the character is so far out ahead that they are ruining your ability to enjoy the rest of the cast. Right? That's pretty rare. Even Third Strike, a game that is fucked up, that bounce terrible.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Chun-Li and Yun do not shut down your ability to play Ryu. They're better. They're way better. They're way better. But you could still fucking play a good Ryu and have fun.
Yeah, I remember when I didn't know anything and I loved Third Strike early on, and I remember saying to somebody who was really good at Third Strike, I was like, yeah, man, that game, it looks so beautiful. The style is so cool. The characters are great. It's so fun to play. And it's just really like it's the Street Fighter game that got the balance. And and the fucking laughter.
Dude, you can feel
I was so naive.
You can feel how bad Street Fighter 3 Third Strike's balance is from a casual level. That's how fucking far apart it is.
God. From the just
like you go Leon Massey, this is the third time we mentioned him. He has a great video that I'm gonna watch on Wednesday about fucking 12. You want to talk about the bottom tier, the fucking bottom of the fucking barrel. Look at 12 in that game. That game that you could just pull him the fuck out, and no one would even know.
And then, of course, so yeah, you have that idea where Melee lived this long because of the way Fox was dominating as opposed to the Meta Knight version of it. And then you can look at CVS2 and see how that scene competitively dried up until role canceling was discovered, and this insane busted bug that lets every character have some invincibility on all of their moves was what brought everyone back to the table and go, oh, wait, you can do what? Ooh,
yeah,
that's fucking disgusting. I want to play.
This like idea kind of killed Warframe for me and a lot of people because like Warframe was defined by the bullet jump, which was a bug. It was the weird throw your weapon bug that let you jump super far, and they included it into the game, and now everyone's mobility was super high, and every character that came out was more busted than the last one. And at some point they decided, well, we don't want characters in Warframe to get too powerful. So they announced like a feature going, hey, look, you can feed a frame to the monster and the monster will give you their ability, and it's not an ability your frame could normally have, right? And then they fucking just gutted every single fucking thing you could get for it, to the point that I was talking to Brozim about it, and he was convinced, I think this is what happened, but people were convinced that the devs were looking at people's guides on what to get as blueprints for nerfs.
Oh shit, the classic community-based nerf. Oh no. Oh, you hate to see it. Wow.
And it was just like they put out these huge diagrams and spreadsheets of like, this move would be really good to put on this character, this move would be really good, and then it came out later. What the fuck? Why did they all get nerfed?
Okay. What am I about to say? Guns the Duel.
Oh no, what about Guns the Duel?
Oh, I thought you did. Sorry, I thought we've talked. Okay. So Guns the Duel.
I never got into it.
All right. Awesome ass game where everybody was versus sword gun assassin man that had, Uzi in one hand, katana in the other, and you can fuck around, right? God damn it, dude. That game was so much fun. It had wall running and all this crazy bullshit. But then butterflying was discovered. And butterflying was the ability to run off the wall, slash to get some aerial movement, and shotgun your way back on. and essentially wave dash up the walls to create wall-based combat.
Cool.
Vertical play. Change the game. Sickest shit ever. Unintended play. Gone from the game.
Take it out.
Killed
Get out of here.
Murdered
it's too fun.
Murdered it. Completely murdered it. All the fun. A bunch of hackers came and put cheats in, and they needed to address all of that shit because it was impossible to really have to play. But butterflying made the game something else completely, and then they just took it the fuck out, and it was too much fun, you know? And that, I remember that exact thing. So,
hey, I'm being informed that the helmet thing that I'm talking about, I'm completely wrong, and that most of those options stayed and were not nerfed, which is weird because I remember the Warframe community screaming about nerfs that whole time. So take that story with a grain of salt. I might have remembered it wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
So yeah, the fact that emergent gameplay will sometimes be the defining thing is a very good, like, second point to prioritize the fun, you know?
Yeah, the worst thing that can happen in your game is like, oh man, there's this really cool thing. I'm gonna start playing the game. Oh, cool. And then they're like, no, get it out of there. No, stop it. You're having fun. No.
Yeah. it was interesting because I remember, like, you know, I feel like with like Phoenix, there was that era of like Phoenix dominating the entire meta. And there was always that like, oh, is he gonna get the conditions? Are they not? Like, what's gonna happen? And like the closer you were to it, the more you were just like, oh my God, fuck this fucking character. And then ways to contain it kind of eventually simmered up. It took a while to cook, but then it started to happen. And then Phoenix Wright later, you know, came out in Ultimate and was another like conditional checkmate, but like it just was too hard to actually get to it. So it didn't go the same way, but it was so much fun every time someone picks a Phoenix Wright and you go, oh my God, they're picking a Phoenix Wright. Where's this game going to go? You know? Anyways, that's going to do it. That's a podcast.
Hey, by the way, if you're listening to the live version, you can go to twitch.tv/peachsaliva tonight to check out Bloodborne. Everybody else, have a good week.
Take it easy.
Bye.